All right. Hello and good morning. Good Wednesday morning to each and every one of you. It is that time once again. Yes, it is the weekly Test Wednesday extravaganza and everything in between. So, we are going to get started here in just a moment. But before we get started with anything, we got to get to the Wordle here. Let me change that. Oh wait, oh wait, those are the two virtual machines that we had open from the weekend show. I forgot I still had them there. That's the right one. There we go. All right. Now we got the correct one up. So let's go ahead and do the Wordle here before we get to anything else. Yeah, before we get to anything else, and let's see. Let's try this. No? Okay. Inlet. That's about all. That's about all I've got. Inlet. All right. So as we get going here, I did talk a lot about what happened over the last several hours, like the Bowling Train production and everything like that. But of course, I almost forgot about something. And let me take the Windows source off for a minute. And this is the man who's been. This was the message that's been begging me. He's begging me so much to join him during last night's Minecraft show, but there was one explicit statement I mentioned at the very beginning of last night's program. I explicitly mentioned that we don't necessarily do voice calls during a Minecraft show because that would kind of waste our construction time and whatnot. With the addition of everything else outside of that, like dinner and whatnot. So yeah, that's why something like Minecraft or Roblox, for example, we don't usually do voice calls for those. It's usually only the end of the Saturday show and this program when we usually do VCs, but anyway, looking at the SPC site, you can see that we got multi-day severe threats on the way. So this is definitely going to be the case because we're really getting into severe weather season now. So that's today's risk. This is tomorrow's risk. And then this is the risk for Friday. So all of them are marginals, but then here's day 4, here's day 5, day 6, day 7, but then day 8 there's nothing for it yet, but we got a multi-day severe threat ahead of us. So I will have to get the monitors prepared and everything Now let me see let me take a look and see what's expected to happen around this time. Okay, that's as far as it'll go. Yeah, I don't expect too much. I really do not expect too much out of this, so. But I'll probably just add the Kansas stations in there anyway, just to see if anything ends up happening. And yes, this is the that's right, because Drew leaves for Florida on Saturday, the 11th. But yeah, that's a look there at the outlook for the next few days. And before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and get these all going.
Skies ranged from mostly sunny to partly sunny, and temperatures were between 31 and 33 degrees. Across northern lower Michigan, it was cloudy, and temperatures were between 30 and...
So yeah, as I get all these in position here and ready to go. Yeah, there we go. And I'll go ahead and resize some of them now. Well, if you weren't with us for the weekly test show last week, oh boy, we really had a good time. Let me tell you. Of course, last week was April Fools, so WJON, of course, decided to change up his logger and of course even changed up the music this year. I see he's making the name Alpine a permanent thing on his main logger, but of course I'll still refer to it as WJON. So, I mean, despite the different call sign, it's still WJON, so it's not really going to be that much of a difference. But yeah, so for those who missed our Minecraft show last night, we had built a replacement bridge for Interstate 62, which originally was a replica of the old Sunshine Skyway Bridge in Florida that collapsed in 1980 from a misguided vessel. And then a new bridge was built soon after, and then construction on that finished in 1987. The new bridge opened, and then subsequently the old spans were then demolished in separate parts, like starting with the main trusses and then the piers, almost like how the Ravenel Bridge was, almost like how the old Grace and Pyramid bridges in Charleston, South Carolina, were dismantled. And so exactly like that, really. So pretty much like that. So yeah, that, and we did a lot more work on Interstate 332, or as I like to in the long run, call it the Interstate 56 extension. That's what we're working on in the long run. However, there was actually a serious problem with that. If I pulled the concept up we drew last at the end of last night's show. That's the bowling train setup, by the way. As I filmed nearly every episode of the whole season yesterday, and tomorrow, in addition to making up a whole lot of shows on ABC, Fox, CBS, the U, and all that, I will be taping the 100th and final episode of the show, and then I'll get to editing of them all soon after. Now, the only issue is this section right here, this long part of this existing bridge. So that's our big problem, this bridge here. So now how would we work around it? Well, I built this interchange concept. So we'll start over here with Interstate 4. You can see these two ramps would be entirely removed. This ramp would remain. And then this would then be the connection to Archer. And then this will allow for direct connection northbound to both directions of Interstate 56. I-56 then can connect to Interstate 4 in this direction. And then there actually might also be a direct connection southbound as well. That of which I have not put down. In fact, that would require extensive reworking of this bridge, if that were to happen. I was going to add it to the concept plan, but it did what I could do. So it's a direct connection on this direction of Interstate 4 to Interstate 56. Of course, the railroad will be extended further. And then this loop ramp connecting to northbound Interstate 4. This is from southbound 4. And then this loop ramp here going to this loop ramp here connecting to Archer, which then will lead to southbound Interstate 4. I know it's a pretty wild maneuver, but sacrifices have to be made. But what about the other side? No, not that Hi-C drink. What about the other side? I'm thinking about taking up the best possible space right here, in between Archer and Guger, and then building a simple interchange with a direct connection to Archer over the railroad. And then this is the direct connection right there to Interstate 56 from 67, as we'll be extending this bridge even further. Yes, we'll be extending this bridge even further. So that's currently what the plan looks like, because we drew this concept out. Now, in terms of what's to come with the Minecraft show, next week on Sunday, we're going to build that interchange. We're going to finish up Interstate 332. We're going to build two other interchanges, 283 and 32. So that's pretty much all that's left then. All right. I'll continue in a moment. Right now, here comes the word game. Lucky number 7.
In this week's Name It and Claim It scrambled word game, listen up, listen close, listen carefully, because here they are. U as in user, I as in interface, T as in terrific, B as in Bert, E as in Ernie, R as in Robert, and T as in Travis. One more time with those letters. U, I, T, B, E, R, and T.
All right. But I think I forgot. I think I forgot about something else here, because I suppose that Maryland is going to be doing their Severe Weather Awareness Week drill today. Yep, exactly as I thought right here, because I looked at the preparedness calendar prior to this. So yep, this week is Maryland's Severe Weather Awareness Week, and they are going to be having this, and then of course this monthly test over NWR is supposedly supposed to serve as the required monthly test for April for Maryland. However, last year, I believe, was it last year? Last year, the Maryland Emergency Management Agency didn't get the memo that this was supposed to take the place of the monthly test. So instead, they still ended up doing their usual monthly at the end of the month. But we will have to wait and see. And there isn't going to be too many stations that are going to relay this monthly test. So, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. So, again, that's going to be happening at 9 a.m. So that's in like 20 minutes or so. But also, if we go over here, I found out last night that Chillicothe, Ohio was added. Right here, yep. ES Ohio and Michigan, that's who's running this. And if we look at the transmitter propagation for that transmitter, I think we did that transmitter as part of a previous county request episode. Oh yeah, here's KJY68 Chillicothe, and here's another transmitter that he's looking to add as well. KCZ46 Athens, Ohio. That's gonna be pretty. But yeah, Chillicothe, Ohio. That's gonna add Pike, Ross, and Vinton to our coverage area. Well, to the NWR portion, really. Yeah, what? Yeah, he's showing me something. Let me make sure that it's not showing on air. Is he waiting for WMOH or is he waiting for Maryland? Oh, he's trying to get it on SDR. That's different. But yeah, Chillicothe, Ohio is now on there, and Vinton. Where was that? Where was that post again? Now where was that? Now where was that community post I found last night? Here, let me pull this up here. I believe this is the one. Yeah, it is. So he got Chillicothe up. He says, let's see. He says he wants to get Athens and WXJ 47 up as well. Yep, and it says Chillicothe is now up. The rest are going to be added soon, which include KZZ 46 and WXJ 47. So it includes these transmitters here. Oh wow, that is going to be a lot of counties that we're going to be adding to this list. Holy mackerel. It is absolutely going to be wild. But, of course, things are so much different now that Canada doesn't have a weather radio service anymore. But I guess maybe another reason why is because they don't do any of the severe weather awareness weeks like we do here in the States. and it isn't really promoted as much anymore, so that probably might be another reason why it was discontinued. But I mean, people still think of it as a reliable, thought of it as a reliable source before the plug was pulled. But then again, I do understand the challenges the operators of that were going through. So, and yeah, with a multi-day severe threat ahead of us, of course, at this point, we're beginning to make preparations here for what we're gonna try and do. So, since I know my main station hasn't really done the best job in a severe weather event. Yeah, that's for Kansas. That's for mainly for Kansas today. So, now I know doing it on the micro actually seemed to have worked, but I of course know that doing it on my main PC my old main PC hasn't really been the best idea, mainly because of the Wi-Fi 6 technology. Maybe because it's on Wi-Fi 5. So, here was something I was thinking of trying. Here's what I was thinking of doing. I'm thinking about switching around the main and secondary between both of them. So as such, the primary would be handed over to the small form factor, and then the secondary will then be run on my 3670. That means I'd have to move over the soundtracks, and I mean that would mean I would have to move over the soundtracks that run on both stations and everything like that. I'd have to switch everything around. But that's not all. I'm going to be moving the 16 gigabyte stick into the small form factor like I had originally planned, giving the small form factor a grand total of 24 gigs of RAM, so that should be enough. That should be more than enough for the station to run. As for the 3670, it is going to be going back to running on 12 gigabytes of RAM. So my 3670, it's going to go back to 12 gigabytes. It's pretty much the configuration that it was in, nearly the configuration it was in when it left the factory. So it's going to go back to being 12 gigabytes instead of 20. So it's going to go back to 12 gigabytes, and the small form factor is going to get 24 gigabytes. But that actually also is not all, because I'm also looking to set up remote desktop on the small form factor, because now that I've learned a little more about the remote desktop feature in Windows, as I have been using Chrome Remote Desktop for quite some time, to basically to fill in the gap, because the remote desktop feature is not available on Windows Home. It's only available for Windows Pro. Now if I pull up my college assignment portal or whatever, and I go down to, what is it, maintaining Windows, was that the one? Yeah, it was really towards the end. It was actually difficult for me, and it was actually quite difficult for a lot of my other classmates. Well, not system restore, because all that was simple. It was actually remote desktop that was actually quite a challenge, because both of those virtual machines that I was given was 11 Enterprise. It was actually the Enterprise edition, and I believe it's only Pro. Let me look at let me take a look at it. Let me take a look at it again. Needs to be running a Pro edition of Windows, so it can't be. So yeah, so confirmed from research, it has to be Windows Pro, not Enterprise, not IoT Enterprise. It has to be Windows Pro. So So I can connect to Windows Pro from Windows Home, from the Home Edition, but the server as such has to be running Windows Pro. And that's what my Optiplex PCs came with. They came with the Pro edition of Windows. So pretty much I could set remote desktop up on them both. So that way then I can do all the changes and such on my main system without having to move over, you know, without having to change over the HDMI input and then risking force resetting the 3670 PC and knocking the WeatherScan and possibly the main network offline. So I guess in some way this is going to be a much better of a in depth. I think this will be a much better approach. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes here. We'll see how this goes. That actually I might get to setting up on Friday. That I actually am looking to try out. I'll give that a try on Friday. So as such, I understand the secondary is going to be off the air while I make the changes, but again, it's only for the best. So both the main and the secondary are going to be off the air, but of course I will be handing the operations over to the micro while I make the changes. Well, for the main that is. So yeah. Yeah, as for the main, I'll be handing the changes over to the I'll be handing the operations over to the micro while I make the adjustments. What I'll do first is I'll switch out the soundtrack information on both PCs, and then switch out the RAM configurations, and then after that, then pretty much both PCs will be ready to go again. So I'm thinking about giving this a try, and if this works, which I hope it does, if this works, then maybe the small form factor PC will end up becoming the new permanent main PC for WPLD IP radio. That is if it all goes well. And then the 3670 will become the secondary PC. But of course there's a big reason why I want to make this change. Because if I pull up the about page on the 3670, if I remember, the processor is clocked at 2.8 gigahertz or something. Yeah, 2.8 gigahertz on a i5 8400. So while my 3060 small form factor, on the other hand, that processor is clocked at a higher clock speed of 3 gigahertz. So I was thinking, you know what? Let's try running it on that and with a newer Wi-Fi standard and see if that makes a difference. I don't know if it'll make a difference, but we're gonna try. I'm gonna give it a try with all those monitors and see what happens. I'm hoping this works. And I think mainly it's because with all the IceCast errors, probably the network issues on the installation, and okay, yeah, the WeatherScan doesn't look right now, but yeah, because it just refreshed and stuff is still loading. That's probably what happened. But yeah, that is something that I'm gonna be trying on Friday. So yeah, that is something I'm gonna be trying on Friday. Switch. That's in preparation for Saturday. So I'm gonna flip the monitors around for the primary. So I'm gonna flip the primary and secondary around. And basically, that it's going to be temporary for right now, but if this configuration ends up working in the long run, then the small form factor PC will become the new permanent primary system for the main WPLD. It will become the new permanent primary. However, and then of course the 3670 will become the new secondary machine. Yeah, and that probably means I'll have to get rid of those rain meter gadgets again. But if this doesn't end up working, I'll undo the changes. But of course I'll undo everything if it doesn't work. But I did talk a lot about the 3670 over the past few days, over the past several weeks, and I think it was last month I broke it. Well, I broke the news, what I plan on doing with this. So I did say that I would be factory resetting it somewhere in the coming months. Because I found out that I cannot even do network shares on it. The main reason is because I tried to ping the IP of the machine, well, the Wi-Fi card specifically that it pulled. It gave unreachable errors. In fact, I couldn't even do Chrome Remote Desktop on it because it's saying that a network location cannot be found, and it's asking me to point to a local directory which does not exist. So yeah, that is the main primary reason why I am planning on completely wiping this installation and starting again from scratch. This will be to fix every issue this will be to fix the Wi-Fi issues that are occurring. And the Louisiana Amber Alert in Baton Rouge. I think his other got it too. Yep, his other logger got it, so yeah. So yeah, that's what I plan on doing with this PC. It is going to be an absolutely tumultuous process, let me tell you. But I'm thinking about how I intend on doing it. Now, one idea I was thinking on handling the recovery of this machine is restoring it to the way it was when it left the factory, as such restoring the factory installation backup that is stored locally on the drive. So then after restoring that, I'll just update it using my Windows 10 installation media to update it to the latest version, which is 22H, and the last version, which is 22H2, and I believe that is a prerequisite to go to Windows 11. And yeah, I gotta update this USB. I gotta update this USB so that way it has the latest. So that way it has the latest security revision on it before I even do anything. Because I learned my lesson from the micro. I forgot to update the Windows 11 USB. Yeah, now I think about it, I should have hit check for updates, but I just wanted it up and running as fast as possible. So that's probably why I chose skip, and then not knowing that that newest update was not going to be included. Yeah, I had to start the whole process over from square one. But this time updated the USB to the latest, and now here we are. It was a pretty tumultuous beginning, but things have gotten much better now for this little mini PC, and I personally appreciate it. I very much appreciate how reliable this. I mean, I'm really glad I chose to take home these two Office PCs. They both have been very, very reliable. They've been very reliable for me so far. Unlike my 3670 machine, all the issues with WPLD. Maybe moving it over to the small form factor might solve these problems once and for all. But at least when I move over everything from here to the other machine, at least the 3670 will still is still going to be able to contact the other PC, and well, the IceCast server so it's the IceCast server that runs on the small form factor, and the main will be running on there too. So I don't think I can have it run to two different locations. I think I can only just choose one.
Bro, no way.
Lead in, lead out. I could set that up if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that.
This is how it actually issued error for.
Yeah, that I'm not going to do.
For
Let's see. Alright, now let's see. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah. The other thing that is the plan for the other thing is the plan for today, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. Here. But before we do that, it is just about time for Maryland's tornado drill. And I know not much of my there isn't many stations that are going to relay it, so that's why I'm not doing it on my logger this time around. And yes, I'll grab the URL for URL for Sudlersville if I have added it. So I did. And yeah, that's Broadcastify's new look.
Lows around 40 miles an hour. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Temperature 41, partly cloudy at Martinsburg. Highs in the mid-70s. 35. Lows in the lower 50s. Variable at 3 miles an hour. Saturday, partly cloudy. Fair. Highs in the upper 60s. 45 degrees. Lows in the mid-40s. River Naval Sun freeze partially cloudy. Cross. Another sensitive vegetation and possibly damage unprotected in the mid-50s. Those with agricultural industry cloudy sensitive vegetation. Highs in the lower 80s. Now to protect sensitive plants and vegetation from the cold. Tuesday. Here is the official National Weather Service Fort Hartford. Northwest Montgomery and southeast Hartford. At 9:04 a.m. Wednesday, April 8th. Northern west Florida. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles.
So yeah, I'll talk about how the rest of this week's gonna go and everything like that. And here it goes, right on the dot. Right on the dot at 9 a.m.
This tornado drill is conducted to give Maryland residents the opportunity to exercise their tornado safety plan. This practice tornado drill will remain in effect until 11 a.m. There will be no follow-up season-specific tests. Those in Maryland should exercise their severe weather safety plans now. This test also serves as the emergency alert system required monthly test for April. Broadcasters in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities have developed this system to provide the public with important emergency information should the need arise. This concludes the statewide tornado drill. The emergency alert system requires monthly test for Maryland emergency alert broadcasters in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities have developed this system to provide the public with important emergency information. This drill is being conducted as one statewide tornado drill. Maryland emergency alert system. This practice tornado drill will remain in effect until 11 a.m. There will be no follow-up statements. Here is the official National Weather Service warning to exercise their severe weather safety plans now. This test also serves as the emergency alert system required monthly test for April. Broadcasters, in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities, have developed this system to provide the public with important emergency information should the need arise. This concludes the statewide tornado drill. Should the need arise. This concludes the statewide tornado drill.
Here's two more of them. If they will load. I hate it when that happens. All right. Well, that's all right. At least it's good to know it got it. All right. Now we wait for Mobile and Jacksonville, which are both coming up next.
That was Maryland.
Yeah, that was Maryland's tornado drill. Yeah, I said that already happened, so now it's Jacksonville and Mobile's usual weekly that's coming up next here. As we head into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, so now,
What's that?
with everything in mind, Yeah, that was Maryland's tornado drill. So, as we are half, yeah, it was. That was Maryland's tornado drill that just happened. And here comes another outbound and inbound metro train through Lombard. That one's number 38. And oh wow, both Mobile and Jacksonville are going at the same time.
The preceding alarm tone was a test of the public warning system on NOAA weather radio station. The preceding signal was a test.
They're both going at the same time.
WWF 55 receivers performance 69 WNG646 Brisbane, WNG640 Lakesville, WNG607 Greensville will be postponed to the next potentially dangerous weather situation. Reception of especially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Systems that will signal in your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. to 6 and 8 p.m. The warning alarm will be activated for if there is a threat or existing severe weather within the area Wednesday. The test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. For Camden County, reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary in any given location. Is equipped with an additional warning device, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. Can occur even if you are using a good quality receiver with the good working order. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings which affect the following counties affecting only the county in Mississippi: George, Green, Perry, Summit, and Wayne. Weather Service at Alabama, Baldwin, Butler, Jacksonville, Clark, Coffee, Mecca, Covington, Crenshaw, Academy, Utah, Round, Mobile, Monroe, Washington, and Wilcox. And in the Florida Panhandle, Academy, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and Walton. This has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm device. We now return you to our normal program.
KHB36, KH28, WXM42, and of course the
Oh, and oh, and it looks like somebody got the tornado drill on one of the Verizon FiOS. Yeah, that looks like a FiOS screen to me. And we can go over here, and this will prove it. So.
This is a test of the Maryland Emergency Alert System. This is only a test.
Yep, that's one of them. And I think that's the only one. Yeah, I think that's the only one, unless there were more. Oh, yeah, and then there's all the other Verizons there that usually happen at 2 in the morning. Good thing I don't stay up for those anymore, and I'm personally glad about it. Oh, this looks like Buffalo's monthly.
In the event of an actual emergency, this system would bring you news and important information. This concludes the test of the Emergency Alert System.
Yeah, good thing I don't stay up for the Verizons anymore. And like I said, I'm personally happy about it. Because yeah, it was just an absolute burden. So. And then there's all the other ones on Comcast. And of course, Cox didn't take any of them. Yeah, there's going to be a little more of these coming up because John had multiple sources going at the same time. WBAL took it, I believe. Should have. Of course, KH28 actually took that drill, interestingly enough. KH28 took it, WXK97 took it, KC83 took it, as you saw earlier. WX742, KHB36, all of those took the tornado drill message.
The preceding alarm tone was a test of the public warning system on NOAA weather radio station West North G522 in Palatka. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a possibility of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following Florida counties: Clay, Flagler, Putnam, and St. Johns. In addition to the regular tone alarm, the NOAA radio system is equipped with an additional warning device called SAME, which is short for Specific Area Message Encoder. Unlike the normal warning tone, which alerts all alarmable NOAA weather radios in range of this broadcast, SAME allows people with a SAME-equipped weather radio to be notified of watches and or warnings affecting only the county desired. For more information regarding NOAA weather radio, contact the National Weather Service at 13701 Fang Drive, Jacksonville, Florida, 32218, or call 1-904-741-4370. You can also visit our website at weather.gov/checks. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA weather radio station West North G522.
All right, that's that. I don't know if Putnam County WX is gonna get it. I heard Midland Catches is opting not to get the weeklies this week. I found that out from a community post last night, I believe it was. But yeah, so remote desktop, switching the primary over to the where the secondary currently is. Yeah, those are changes I'm looking to implement. That I'm looking to implement a little later on. So I said I am planning on implementing the changes on Friday because I'm sure that's all the kind of time I'll have. So that would mean I won't be taping Wheel of Fortune. I won't be I'll still be taping Sorry, but I won't be taping Wheel of Fortune and whatnot. So I did also say I was going to put the signs up for Interstate 32 on that Friday, but that actually is still part of the plan. That'll be after the upgrade, after I complete the hardware changes. So. And then the other thing, let's see. Looks like this week's stuff is already up. So this is just about server backups and everything. So I think that's really what all this is about, so. So, yeah, that's really what this is. Yep, it's week 12. All right. All right. So yeah, as I said, we are officially halfway through week 12 of our spring taping cycle here, as you know, as we're pretty much in the home stretch of everything. So yeah, we're pretty much in the home stretch here. Ticket to Ride had just premiered this week. Ticket to Ride premiered this week. Yahtzee and Play 9 are next in line. And we're getting the Bowling Train's 4th season finished up. In fact, I'm going to tape the last of the episodes tomorrow before I record more of the shows. And maybe tomorrow, if I have enough time, I could actually do the hardware change. That is, if I have enough time left after I edit the Bowling Train episodes while watching The Floor or whatever. So it's gonna be a long and complicated process, but of course I will get through. Everything. But I think I find it easier to number the episodes and just number them one by one. So But then of course when and then of course later I'll get all the episodes up and get them all scheduled and whatnot. But so yeah, as I said, I'll take a look at the timestamps for each of them, and I'll decide where how to do it from there. So it's going to be quite a long process, but so yeah, of course, Monday the week started by taping Sorry episodes and Wheel of Fortune episodes, and of course yesterday I recorded episodes for. Then yesterday I recorded the Bowling Train's fourth season nearly in its entirety. So then today, of course, well, I'll already get to the weeklies here in a minute. Well, what we're going to be doing for that here in just a minute. And then, of course, Thursday, tomorrow, as I've said, I'm going to be taping the last episode of the Bowling Train, and then I'll catch up on my other shows, like what we got tonight. And I mean, there's going to be a lot to catch up on, a whole lot. There's going to be a whole lot to catch up on, let me tell you. So now in terms of, and then Friday again is the Fun Night show, and that day I'll be returning to production of Big John's Wheel of Sorry. Well, no, not Sorry. Well, yeah, not Sorry. No, I won't be getting back to production on Sorry yet. I'll be doing Big John's Wheel of Fortune though. That will be, however, after I do all the changes and everything, both software and hardware wise. So once all those changes have been made, then we should then be good to go. So we should then be good to go after that. So yeah, then we should be good to go. But then of course Saturday for our weekend fun and game show, we'll see how that ends up playing out, and then Sunday we should be able to do Minecraft again that week. And then I found out that new episodes of America Says is going to be coming to the Game Show Network on April 13th. And I suppose this will be the same format and structure that GSN had when Bingo Blitz was on, and when Tic Tac Go was on, and when Beat the Bridge was back for another season. So it's going to be sort of like that, really, where they air new episodes 5 days a week, and then eventually go down to 4 days a week. That's the same thing that's happening with the U's, Flipside, and the Perfect Line, because those are GSN programs. Except those are going on much longer because they're running in syndication. That's why. But let me explain how today's show is going to play out. Oh, I forgot to pull Tom and Ben up. But I did say we weren't going to get too much time to play around with them, and I'll talk about why here in a minute. After I get them up and running. Okay, there we go. It should be charging. There we are. All right, so of course we're going to go through the usual, the usual stuff. So this show's just going to play out as it has been. We just go through the weeklies and whatnot. So nothing different about that. However, the only difference really is going to be towards the, at the end of the first part, because usually this is where we do our games, where we do Wheel of Fortune and Hyper Bowl. Those two we're going to do. So those two we're going to do. However, and of course I do hate to say it for those of you who are looking forward to it, we are not, and I say again, we are not going to be able to do Monopoly, the PC game. We're not going to be able to do the Monopoly game this week because I have a dentist appointment to go to later this afternoon, and that's going to be right before my evening class. And as far as I've been told, the plan is go to my dentist appointment and then right to my evening class after that. And then as far as I've also been told, I'll be having dinner there. So, as a result, we are going to be ending this first part earlier than we usually do, because usually we end this first part around 5 p.m. we usually end this first part around 5 p.m., but it seems like we're going to be ending it at 3. But again, all the evening stuff for tonight is going to be in there, and everything's going to be all set to go and whatnot. So there's not going to be much of a difference. So there won't be too much of a difference otherwise. So that's the only difference, really. We're just going to be ending the first part early to accommodate for my it's that time of year again, the yearly dentist appointment and checkup and whatnot. That's really what it is. So I'll be going there and then heading to the college after that for my evening class, and then in terms of prime time tonight, The Floor is returning for its 5th season on Fox, and it's going to be a 2-hour premiere. But I know my parents really want to watch that, so I don't know if we're going to have enough time to get to it tonight, and I do understand that not going to be able to, I do understand that I'm not going to be able to do, the Tom Ben craziness that, we usually do, where I just have Talking Ginger and Tom Ben News repeat the same clip slowed down and then convert it to normal speed and whatnot, or normal pitch and whatever. Yeah, that might have to be curtailed, but depending on how long my evening class takes tonight, I actually might be able to get back here in time to actually see the Floor premiere. If they want to see it. If they want to see it, then great. Then, me and my parents will watch it together. But if not, then I will take care of the Floor on its own during all the catch-up processes, as I've said, tomorrow. As I've said, I'll take care of all of that tomorrow. After I record that other show. Of course, The Greatest Average American is also on tonight on ABC, and all that other stuff. But now that I think about it, how much longer is Scrabble going to be on? How much longer is Scrabble going to be on the CW? How much longer is that going to run for? But I also said last night that the name CW It's also that the name CW reminds me the name CW reminds me more of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that was the same network where that used to air on Saturday mornings back in the day. But taking a look at the CW's schedule, I saw last Friday that they actually got the rights from the Game Show Network to air the American Bible Challenge. And instead, they're actually labeling the episodes as all new, which, I mean, they're not all new. They're old. They're old episodes, but the CW got the rights to air them on the network. But nowadays, when I look at Saturday morning, yeah. Yes. Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to be somewhere with the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and Zexal, wherever, used to be like the 10 a.m. time slot. I don't know what it converted to in our time zone, but yeah. But pretty much now it's just a bunch of, now WGN has their own weekend news, and then there isn't much of One Magnificent Morning anymore. It's pretty much now it's just local news and stuff, so. Yeah, it's just local news, so there's nothing much really there. So then that's episode 11 of Scrabble. How much farther can I go? Okay, gotta wait till tomorrow to see the rest of that schedule. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, that list kind of looked ugly there, but there we go, that's much better. I see construction site's going to be on Tuesday next week. That's going to be in the morning, but it's going to be like after I get up and whatnot. But I mean, by that time, I'll be focusing on other things, like, of course, that Minecraft thing, Big John's Wheel of Fortune, and whatnot. Oh yeah, and then that final project for one of my classes that I'm gonna remember to get taken care of as well. So, yeah. So with all that being said, where does the spring taping cycle go from here? So with the bowling train now finished quicker than originally anticipated, we're going to try to speed up the construction project in Minecraft there a little bit more. So as I said, tomorrow I'm going to get to production on... I'm going to finish up the bowling train and then catch up on all those shows and whatnot. I'll probably be spending the whole day doing that. And then on Friday, that is when I plan to... Let's see, yeah, then Friday, that's when I plan on doing the hardware changes, so on both of those PCs, and then once everything's been switched out, then of course I'll switch out the main and get remote desktop set up and everything like that. And then once all that's set and done, then of course I'll get to work more on Big John's Wheel of Fortune. I'll get to work a little more with Big John's Wheel. And then after that is, well, that's for Friday, really. And then for next week, that's probably when, I'll pretty much be spending the rest of this week then, and, well, pretty much I'll be spending the rest of this week, and a majority of, I'll be spending this week and a majority of next week getting everything ready for the Travel Series reboot project. So that's going to be the last big thing that that I'll be working on for the for the spring taping cycle. That'll be the last big thing to work on for the spring taping cycle. And then after that's done, then it's going to be Sorry and Big John's Wheel nonstop. So that actually is going to continue for quite a while. Now, I'll have to calculate exactly how many episodes I'll need to make for Sorry, but of course I'll keep recording episode. I'll just keep recording episode after episode until I can't make any more. Until I can't make any more. So pretty much I'll have like several years worth of episodes, already waiting for me and whatnot. So, yeah, then as I said, I'll be taping as I've also said, I'll be taping Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune throughout the summer. But then I did talk about as well how pretty much basically that would progress. So, when it comes to my part-time job, but also something else is something else as well. But as I've said previously, if I was in Downers Grove that day, of course you'll see a Downers Grove episode. But then if not, then I would just be here recording episodes of Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune. I do not know exactly how many days I'm going to get for each of them, but we'll see what ends up happening. But as for right now, we're about a couple months away from the return of Downers Grove. But pretty much I'm only going to get like 3 or 4 weeks worth, and then after that it's going to be a long break for my summer trip, where of course we won't be taping anything and PLD won't be running and everything like that. Oh yeah, and I think I almost forgot about Haze Weather too. I still want to finish getting that set up. So if you weren't watching on Friday or Saturday, I've actually gotten Hayes Weather Radio mostly set up. I mean, I was able to get all the locations in there. I managed to get all the locations in there. I also turned off the Raspberry Pi thing that was embedded in there. So now all I just gotta do is figure out the NWS cap feed thing, because it's saying that there is no cap feeds. So that's the only other thing then that I gotta get figured out before we officially put Hayes Weather into service. And of course, I will have it automate my station's weekly tests. And of course, I'll be making use of its monthly test feature as well. Where as such, it will run. Yeah, and of course, I'll be making use of its monthly test feature also. So I wonder what changes have been made to it since I last checked. Yeah. Oh, what do we get here? Hayes Playout System. A lightweight Python-powered music playlist. So I'm not sure if this is supposed to be a companion to Hayes Weather, but as I've said, I'm gonna be trying it out, and I could give this a try as well. So yeah, it says it was about 2 months ago, and for this, something was updated. Support for okay, this was updated. So support for additional sources like NOAA mostly finalized. Support for additional TTS ended. PYTTSX3 is now implemented, which I guess what will be the grand majority of users might want to use. Not really. Oh, okay. So it says NWS cap has been implemented, but not thoroughly tested yet. So, yeah, that's exactly what it's saying. Let me pull up the let me put the display capture up so I can show the GitHub page. So yeah, he's done some spring cleaning. He's done some serious changes to this, but then if I scroll down here, everything mostly looks the same, but going under planned features, he mostly finalized the additional data sources. So that feature has been finalized. PYTTSX3 is now implemented, which in fact, yes, I actually ended up using initially while I figured out what was going on with the Piper thing. And then NWS cap has been implemented, however, it has not been thoroughly tested yet. So I guess maybe my iteration it wasn't implemented. So under cap specific last week, so yeah, this I think was the matching file. So yeah, this is what that looks like. That's for the so yeah, NWS has been implemented here. However, yeah, some thorough testing has not been done yet. So I did try to do as much testing as I could on it. But yeah, of course, as I've said, I've done as much testing as I could on the thing prior. But once he confirms that the NWS cap function is working, I'll replace that with the updated version, and then eventually it should work. And then we got the good old Tom and Ben here with us once again. Now that the device has now that the iPad Mini 4 is loaded up finally. Yeah, because I haven't touched it in quite some time. But so yeah, haze weather. That's going to be another thing that I'm looking to. That's another thing I'm looking to set up. So again, I'm looking to get to that in the coming. I'm going to get to that in the coming weeks once the NWS cap testing is complete. But of course, I'll keep checking the GitHub page for any updates and whatnot. So yeah, I'll keep checking. I'll keep checking that GitHub page for any and all updates. Yeah, for any and all updates that are made to the project, because I really want to get this thing. I really want to get this thing up and running. So it's best that I wait until that most crucial feature testing is complete, and then once it is, then of course we can start setting. We can start setting stuff up with it and whatnot. But anyway, we are almost. It's almost time here. I know we got like 25 minutes left, but I'm gonna go ahead and start early preparations, like starting up the SDR receiver, the little SDR thing that I have. So we plug that into the computer. And yes, we won't be able to do the max weather thing as well because, as I've said, we usually end the first part around 5. I'll give it a moment. Okay. I'll give that as much time as it needs. In the meantime, I'm going to head over to the other PC. Oh, that's what happened. It crashed. It ended up crashing. So that's what happened. So that's why we're getting okay, I don't know why. Oh yeah, headphones. Alright, let me run the Icecast server. Okay, now it should be started up. Alright, the secondary is back up and running. I don't know how that happened, but it happened, so. I guess we could see if I could set remote desktop up while we're here. So. And then I can toggle the switch. Alright, so that's something. So that's set up now. Alright, well now if I go back to the other PC. Yep, there we go. Now it's running, but it's running under. Why is it running under SoundMapper? It shouldn't be running off of SoundMapper. It should be running off of this. Okay. Alright, let's make sure we can hear something out of it. Yep, the narrator is talking. Yep, the narrator's talking, so that tells me that we are properly connected. And because why not? Yeah, let's hear it.
Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
Okay. All right. That's a little too loud, I believe. Here, let me adjust it. 3 listeners already.
56 volume level.
That's a little better. Closing parenthesis.
Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
Alright, let's switch it back over. And let's put it under... Yeah, there we go. The narrator quit.
.config. Exiting narrator.
Alright. Yeah, I wanted to try it with the auto DJ off. Alright, so... Yeah, I just wanted to try it with it off and see if that was to do with the network and whatnot. Alright, so now I've re-enabled the auto DJ, so we should be good with it, so... Backslash. Let's have the narrator talk. Backspace. Backslash. Opening parenthesis.
Backslash. Backslash. Backspace. Backslash. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Backspace. Opening parenthesis.
Opening parenthesis.
Vertical bar. Underscore. 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 Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Backspace. Backspace. Exiting narrator.
Yeah, that's enough. I don't want the narrator running during this time. Alright, well, I guess we could go ahead and give the remote desktop feature a try. I guess we could go ahead and give it a try here and see how it goes. Well, let's try it on my main and see. I'm pretty sure remote desktop is on here. Yeah, it is on here. Alright, so I gotta put in, so I can just type the computer name, and if it can find it on the network, it'll do what it needs to do. Oh, it says it's not valid. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We don't need the little slashes there. See if it can try it. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a lot of tinkering and everything just to get this to work. It says in the search documentation that you can connect to a pro machine from, or I guess you can't do it from the home edition. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But we can try it, because I've tried this with Windows Pro and it seems like it worked, or maybe it only works between the Pro editions. I know, of course, I know the IP is the address there has not changed. But yeah, we got the auto DJ running again on the secondary. Yeah. But yeah, I was just curious to see, or maybe it would just take, or maybe network discovery might be off. Because maybe there was an option that said allow remote or something like that. Maybe that was an option I did not turn on. But I can go over and check that now. But I can go over and make those. With network level authentication, well, it's actually I can actually just turn that toggle off, and then I think that was what got it to work. So I can try it again after switching that toggle off. Maybe this might work. Yeah, it might work after switching the toggle off. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I could try something different, because as I recall, I've tried this and it worked. So yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of tinkering here just to get this all figured out. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. So yeah, let me pull it up on here. And I can select users who can access it. But then I could try it again. Try to input this. Yeah, it seems like I was thinking it was easy to get it working on the network, but it doesn't seem like it, honestly. But yeah, this was a problem that many from my evening class last night were having. Trying to connect to, trying to remote into a virtual machine. In fact, try to end up remoting into an enterprise virtual machine from another enterprise virtual machine. But yeah, of course, after researching, found out that you can't do it on Enterprise. It has to be Windows Pro. But I can take a look at the event viewer and see what happened. And see what happened to the PC. Is it System? I believe it is. Yeah, I'll just sort it by the highest level. Here we go, severity. March 8th, 2026. I know that's completely wrong. Oh, I think that was all the times when power was lost or something. Has encountered an internal error. Oh wait, date and time. I can sort it by both error level and date. And then that might give me a little bit of... Oh wait, the latest is at the bottom of the screen. Updated secure boot certificates are available. I guess the updated secure boot certificates are ready for this piece for my small form factor PC, but are going to be applied at a later time. So that says secure boot update applied successfully. So, but it hasn't applied to the firmware yet. I guess this doesn't give us much help, doesn't it? Because I remember there being a tool where I could see, I'm just going to write trying to look, see if I can find like what specific words. Yeah, it's not going to help much. But regardless, the secondary's back up and running. We're in business now, and we're ready to get started with the weeklies here. Now, I was going to try a Pittsburgh transmitter last time, but we didn't get to it, so we should be able to get to it this week. It's going to be under Green VHF Railroad. Here we go. All right, we're going to try WWF35 Bridgeport for the Pittsburgh weekly. Now, let's go back to the other machine. I do not think remote desktop is on this setup app. Yeah, search for it and the options are not coming up, so. Oh, here we go, remote desktop settings. Yeah, and then it shows your home edition of Windows does not support remote desktop. Yeah, so. Yeah, because as I said, you have to be running because like I said earlier, you have to be running the Pro edition in order for it to work. So, that's a shame. Alright, let's check and make sure everything is in there that I want in there. Yes, it is. Alright. Let's go ahead and reset the main, and then we just, then I guess we just wait for this whole thing to start, so. Okay. There we go. I'm going to switch it over to the small form factor because I will be coming back to this periodically. All right. Now, is that everything that I wanted to state? Let's see. Is that everything I wanted to state? Or that I needed to state? Let's see about Bowling Trains premiere. Yeah, I was going to finish with the spring, with how the taping cycle then is going to progress. So, of course, as I said, over the summer, I'll be recording episodes of Big John's Wheel of Fortune and Sorry. I'll be recording more episodes of both shows. That process is going to continue into the fall, where then I will start recording. What was it? Oh yeah, Deal or No Deal Jackpot. That will be taking over the second half of Fifth Grader, following the final episode. Which I also thought about delaying the final 2 episodes to like Monday and Tuesday because of Christmas, as it would fall on Christmas Day. So I think it's better that I just air the last 2 episodes, the week, a few days after Christmas. I'll just air the last 2 episodes a few days after Christmas. And then after that, that would be the end of it. So that's currently an idea I have right now for that show, but of course I will think about it as we get closer to that time. And then, of course, as I said, I'll be recording Deal or No Deal Jackpot in the fall, which will take over the second half of Fifth Grader. And then after that is done, then after that's done, starting Big John's Wheel, that would continue into the fall. And then after both shows have been, and then I guess once that's finished, then it's on to and then it's on to the next set of projects for the spring cycle next year. Of course, I've actually planned out 3 shows that will be taking over the spring cycle. First off, being a spin-off of Play 9, a shorter version that I call Play 4, that is expected to debut. That's going to debut after Play 9 concludes that will debut after Play 9 concludes its second season. The first season hasn't even aired yet, so that's coming closer. The first season's going to air. However, yeah, because of, unforeseen circumstances, as I've said, only 8 episodes will not be seen on Plainfield TV, which I know is disappointing, but of course I'm learning from this and, making some changes, for season 2. With one idea, potentially getting rid of the music altogether, or just turning down the music heavily. Or just heavily turning down the music. Turning down the music heavily, I think, is going to be the method I'll go with. Because I know I want the music on there, but I don't want it louder than my voice, which I think is probably the reason why. So, why what ended up happened with those 8 episodes. So I'll give that a try, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll give that a try for season 2, and we'll see how it goes. And then maybe if all goes well, potentially maybe I could redub. I could maybe just re-record the lines for the first season and apply that to the first season of the show. But it's gonna be a lot of work just to do those episodes, but well, just to redo all those episodes for Playfield TV. But you know what? If 8 episodes can't air on Playfield TV, that's fine. But it's fine if 8 episodes cannot air on the network. It's okay. I'm all right with it. Well, yeah, Play 4 being one of them. The next one being the Next in the Big John series. Yeah, remember when I showed Powerball Instant Millionaire during when I had that Windows 10 virtual machine set up? I was thinking, yeah, that actually could become a new series. You know, a whole new series on the channel. So that's currently what I have in the works. As such, that show would get new episodes every Monday and Friday. I would get new episodes every Monday and Friday at the 3:30 time slot. But then what about in the Yeah, and then what about in the other time slot? Like what about Tuesday through Thursday? What about those? Well, of course, basically the whole story since November, we've been implementing more and more of Yu-Gi-Oh into 2 of our fun game show programs, like the Friday night show and then the Saturday show. We've implemented that game into both of those programs, and I'm just using those as practice runs. Yeah, I'm just using those as practice runs for potentially it to become its own series. Yeah, for it to potentially become its own show. And in fact, that is what I am looking to do. Implement that as its own independent series. Well, as a new series on the channel that along with Powerball to serve as a permanent replacement for 5th grader. It's going to be very likely that will happen in the fall of. Those would then premiere in the fall of 27. So I'll tape the shows in the spring of 27, and then they'll debut in the fall of 27. And then, of course, as such, we'll carry over the syndication form. We'll carry over the syndication timeline format. From August to May, we'll carry that format over. We will carry that format over with both of these new shows. And in terms of the Yu-Gi-Oh game, I don't know how many seasons I'm going to run of that one. I'm probably thinking about running multiple seasons. I'm thinking about running 5 seasons of that, or maybe 4 seasons. But yeah, I'm thinking about running 4 seasons of that, each consisting of 200 episodes. So I'll have to see how I can split. Well, actually, let's do the math on that. Really, let's do that on the let's do the math on that really quickly here before we set things up. So 200 episodes, and of course, I'll be doing 3 duelists each in each quarter. So in terms of the taping order that I'm planning to do, I'm not going to do all 3 duelists one by one. I'm just going to do the episodes with each duelist one at a time. So for instance, I'll start with Yugi Moto, and then after those episodes have been made, I'll move on to Seto Kaiba, and then after Kaiba's episodes have been made, then I'll move on to Joey Wheeler, and then after that, that's it. So sort of the same exact order that we usually do when we play the game during the Weekend Fun Game Show. So almost identical to that, really. Alright, well, that's enough yapping because the weekly test extravaganza is about to start. So let me go ahead and put the thing up on screen here. And pull up some transmitters.
10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour. For Thursday night, mainly clear. Mild. Lows around 50. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny in the morning, then partly sunny with a chance of showers in the afternoon. Warm with highs in the lower 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. And for Friday night, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Lows in the mid-40s. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers in the morning. Sunny west to the 17th. Highs in the 60s.
In terms of setting other stuff up, we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get there. All right. Why don't we do a little bit of a oh, there's all the other stuff from that other severe weather event I forgot to get rid of, but there we go. Let's play the Asante theme in reverse. Or play the Asante theme backwards. I rate this theme, I rate this thing 10 out of 10. See, Sutter PA got the Maryland tornado drill earlier. All right, it's showtime. Let's see who's gonna go. Who will go first? And it's Cleveland who strikes first this week. Yes, my SDR got it.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Fort Worth. Warning system for weather radio station C55. Potentially dangerous weather situations. Specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normal conducted by the Weather Radio All-Hazard Station KHB 9 warning system between 6 and 8 p.m. Temperatures between 11 a.m. and midnight Wednesday. Forecast will be there is a risk of severe weather. Good weather will be postponed to the next weather forecast. Station reception warning alarm sound will vary in multiple counties and districts along town line. Notice for weather responses this morning transmitted keeping sound quality receivers in good working order. It will also be activated around town will be severe thunderstorms and flashes and warnings for the following counties: Georgetown, Fredericksburg, Dallas, Williamsburg, Ellis, Eureka, Fruitvale, Weeksville, Johnson Radio, All-Hazard Station, KHB 29 by the National Weather Service includes your test weather radio station KEast C55. Occasional gusts up to 25 knots. Thursday night, Buffalo, New York. The current time is 10:02 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The Weather Radio Public Warning System. Weather situations and built receivers are activated by the signal to warn of severe weather or other hazards. Tests are normally conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and midnight. The Weather Service has severe weather next Wednesday. On Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next test will be postponed to the next available session in this broadcast. Warning signals warn to vary at any given location. Locations can be this variability will be more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. Can result even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. Warning alarm tones are activated contract breakers for counties where the signal is reliably received and sufficient for consistent and dependable service. Station WWF 69 years, the warning alerts will be activated when Indian River, Marcinsco, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County, 41 Jamestown. This has been a test of the NOAA radio warning.
And here goes Binghamton.
We now return to the regular broadcast program. These are the 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time conditions across southeast Florida on Wednesday. In Miami, rain and fog are reported. Temperature 72 degrees. And the relative humidity 97%. This is the National Weather Service Office in New York. The tones you just heard were a test of the specific area message encoding in tone alert systems for northeast Pennsylvania and central New York. During dangerous weather events,
Well, let's change these two around.
can be activated by these systems. A message with information about a watch or warning with follow. Tests of these systems are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test may be postponed until the next good weather day. Repeating, this was a test of the specific area message encoding in tone alert systems. Cloudy. Temperature 74 degrees. Wind northeast 12 miles an hour. At 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time at the Syracuse Airport, it was no degrees. Wind northeast 14 miles an hour. Wind northeast 2 miles an hour. Westerly southwest. This is the National Weather Service office in Jackson, Kentucky. We have just activated the public warning alarm tone as a test of our weather radio station's warning alarm system. This is only a test. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Test of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Time each Wednesday. If there's a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, we will postpone the test to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. The variability is more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter and will occur even though you're using a good quality receiver in good working order. In order to provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, we will activate the signal only for the following counties, which are within our broadcast reach: Adair, Casey, Clinton, Greene, Knox, Laurel, Lincoln, Marion, McCreary, Metcalf, Pulaski, Rockcastle, Russell, Taylor, Wayne, and Whitley. Once again, this has been a test of the National Weather Service's radio public warning alarm. We will now return to automated programming. 6 miles an hour. 29.97 inches. The preceding signal was at National Weather Service in Wilmington, North Carolina. Wind northeast at 9 miles an hour. During dangerous weather situations. Specially built receivers are test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device for WXL-34 in north central Kentucky. We activate this alarm for the following counties during our state weather situation. Western Gilbert Chamber automatically activated by the weather radio warning device in county during potentially dangerous weather situations. Especially of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or eventually the warning can be threat on Wednesday, the test is postponed to the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability will more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter will occur even though you're using a good quality receiver in good working order. Indiana. To provide the most consistent warning source possible, the warning alarm will be activated only for rain. Selected watches affecting the South Florida counties. In addition to the regular monotone, the western United National Weather Service called 74 is short for specific area message encoded. Unlike the normal tone of 1050, which activates all alarm alerts in the Fort Windows monitoring station, allows people with a special receiver to be notified of watches or special warnings that can only the county desire. Same radio response for schools, hospitals, businesses, and government agencies, commercial radio and television. For more information about the same program, contact their local service office. The weather is counties temperature was 44 degrees, 2.25 miles an hour. Thursday, mostly warm. The wind was southeast. Wednesday, 35% an hour. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. Then the pressure was 30.36 inches in the lower 60s. At Frankfurt, southeast. Then a slight chance of showers and 3 inches in rise out extended for elsewhere around the region.
Here goes Dallas now. Getting State College up. As it's just about time for that.
There's the next H there. 10.20 all tracked up.
The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio station, KH-31's public warning system. During contingency dangerous weather situations, special bill receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Weather situation tests of the signal and receiver performance are normally conducted between the hours of 11 and noon each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the following Wednesday. Weather service to provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in southeast North Carolina: Bladen, Brunswick, Columbus, Pender, and New Hanover. This has been a test of the NOAA weather radio warning alarm system. We now integrate district weather service office in Wilmington, Ohio. Quality receiver readings was a test of the weather radio station. Warnings for the following counties during potentially dangerous weather situations. Special built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. This concludes the test of the weather radio receivers performance by the National Weather Service. Each Wednesday.
There goes State College.
The test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, one tone, will vary at any given location. Noticeable at greater distances from the transmitted quality receiver is good working weather. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for following counties. Systems are Delaware, Fairfield, radio receivers will be selected to 90% clearance, Western, and Greenwood Civil Rights Union. Tests of the system are not between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a further severe weather, it will be postponed until farther in the region. This was a test of the specific message encoding in storm weather systems.
And of course Raleigh won already too.
Tests of these receivers are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. Reception of this program and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. The variability becomes more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for warnings, selected watches, and other environmental emergencies affecting 12 North Carolina counties. Alexander,
So there was State College.
following warning alarm will also be activated for the following counties. Warning alarms will be activated for Marlboro, and the following counties in Virginia, Hudson, Anderson, Mecklenburg, Central, Syracuse, Limestone, Navarro, Indiana, Martinsville. This includes the tested weather radio station KXL81 or more of the following reasons. Your radio is located 30 or more miles from the broadcast antenna or the signal is partially blocking signals or buildings. If your radio is not reacting to this test or the voice on the radio is not clear, you can try relocating the radio to another room. You need to ensure your weather radio gets a good signal so it will activate during threatening weather events. The weather radio broadcast from WXK 46 services the following Tennessee counties: Anderson, Blunt, Campbell, Claiborne, Cox, Granger, Chandler, Jefferson, Knox, Loudoun, Monroe, Morgan, Rowan, Scott, Sevier, and Union. The WMG 732 weather radio broadcast services the following Tennessee counties: Anderson, Campbell, Claiborne, Morgan, Scott, and Union.
Alright, there's Morristown. Now let's try After Score backwards. Kind of a continuation from April Fool's last week, where we ended up playing some of our soundtrack in reverse. I think I should pull up the associated area as well on Google Maps, just to fully satisfy it.
This is a test of NOAA Weather Radio's warning alarm systems. The attention signals you just heard will automatically activate special receivers to warn of the impending hazard. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm feature will vary with distance.
Alright, any minute now, we should be seeing Grand Rapids go.
Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, but may be postponed if there is hazardous weather in the region. In that case, your test will be held on the first available good weather day. We now return to our regular programming.
And we'll go and put on Detroit. Yep, and here's the Portillo's I stepped foot in recently. Anchor Bar. What's special about this place? They got pizza logs. They got cheese curds, mozzarella sticks, pretzel sticks. They got pizza. Of course they got burgers. It just takes you right back here. There's WTA Classical. WTA just ran a weekly. I bet it's Bill Burkowski who ran that. Springs at Oswego. Well, that was great. Hearing after score backwards. I know we tried Utopic Dreams backwards. There, here's this water feature that dominates this subdivision here. Mill Race Creek. Interesting name. It's interesting that there's this classic water wheel design. No, what? I can zoom it in here. No, all this stuff. Here's the McDonald's in Oswego. I mean, there were just so many places around that area to choose from. So many places around the Chicagoland, around this area to choose. So many. Oh, there's the Orange Lava Burst, High C. Right there, High C Orange. That McDonald's discontinued years ago and then brought back. And I see you got the Tornado Drill. Here's what it looks like when they discontinued High C back in 2017. Yeah, there were McDonald's, there was Portillo's, there's Detroit.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station West North G636. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and noon and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and especially the warning alarm tone will vary at any given location. This variation, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Brown, Calumet, Comanche, Eastland, Shackelford, and Stevens. This concludes the test of weather radio station West North G636.
All right. So Churchill Club Master Association. What's special about this? Oh yeah, it's that there's a little splash park here. So you can find more of it in any of these photos, but I don't think there's much. Because those are probably old pictures, and this is what the splash pad looks like now. See if we get a view of it from... I don't think we can get a good view of it in any angle. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to get a good angle of it. Oh well. But maybe from here. Yeah, I guess maybe the tennis courts are in the way. Oh, here was when the park was being upgraded. Let's see what it looked like before. Oh wow, there wasn't even a park there. But now there is. Alright, well, it's time to get ready now for... I was just about to say Mount Holly, so... I was just about to say it. Grand Rapids, what is taking us so long?
Weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal are normally conducted by the National Weather Service in Mount Holly, New Jersey, every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of severe weather during the normal test time, the test will be postponed to the next good weather day.
Does the port even work? I sure hope so. I sure hope it works. Oh, that's offline too. South Bend works though. Although it sounds like crap. That's right, we can deal without Northern Indiana this week. Alright. Yeah, let's go ahead and do Utopic Dreams in reverse. Let's go and try it in reverse. That part and that part alone is it's a very soothing part of this thing. And there goes Newport. Finally, because usually they go at like what? Right at the start?
Potentially dangerous weather situations, especially dome receivers, can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of impending hazards. Tests of the signal and receiver
Oh, yep, I forgot about one more.
weather service each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of severe weather in the area, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. Alarms generated from station KRG-77 in Cape Hatteras would be activated for warnings of watches affecting the counties of Hyde, Terrell, Dare, and Washington. Alarms generated from station WWH-26 in Lely would be activated for the counties of Pasquotank, Kansas, Currituck, Terrell, and the northern portions of Dare. Alarms generated from station KAC-84 in Lilburn would be activated for the counties of Beaufort, Carteret, Cleveland, Midland, Greene, Jones, Lenore, Martin, Oswell, Henrico, Pitt, and Hyde. 2,000 alarms generated from station KXI-95 in Warsaw would be activated for the counties of Blaine, Bladen, Simpson, Jones.
Yeah, I can barely hear the message at all. Is GSP late or did they test already? They didn't go yet. Wow. This has been offline for a while. And this was in its last state, so... And from this, Grand Rapids tested already. They went pretty early. And I don't see GSP on there either, so we'll keep waiting for them. Alright, back to this while we wait. What if we slightly lowered the pitch? How about we raise it? More! More! Well, let's let it keep going. That's a very short header. Doing all of Florida and all of Georgia in this one. There's GSP.
This is a weekly test of the NOAA weather radio warning alarm device and the emergency alert system. During potentially warning situations, potentially warning are automatically activated to warn us impending severe weather.
Marquette.
For the Florida Panhandle, southeast Alabama, southwest and south central Georgia. Of these receivers are normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon local time. One area for existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday. The alarm will be activated for launches and warnings affecting the Florida Panhandle, southeast Alabama, southwest and south central Georgia. This completes the weekly test of the NOAA weather radio warning alarm and emergency alert system for the entire county warning area service by the Tallahassee Weather Forecast. Cherokee, Greenville, Greenwood, Lawrence, Newberry, Coney, Pickens, Spartanburg, and Union, and in North Carolina, Holt and Weatherford. This concludes the NOAA weather radio. For existing severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next.
And yep, Northern Indiana tested wind today. They went at 10:28. So I had given up at the wrong time, but the station wasn't working, so that explains it.
NWR or by calling your National Weather Service office near Marquette at 906-475-5212. This concludes the test. We now return to our scheduled programming.
All right. Peachtree City, Wakefield, Amarillo, Paducah. There's still a lot of them we're waiting for. Tallahassee, we're waiting for that as well. I've really associated Utopic Dreams very well with this part of Oswego. With this part of both Oswego and Yorkville. I've really associated this part of the song with both of them very well. And another Union Pacific. Let's see if a Metro joins in. And there's Tampa at long last. Sounds like Peachtree City. Nope, Amarillo.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Amarillo. The preceding signal was a test of the known all hazards radio public warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. and noon on Wednesdays. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone.
Blackberry Crossing. What's special about Blackberry Crossing?
Normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings. This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA All Hazards Radio Public Warning System. Coast Guard on Channel 16. If you're listening, visit
So it looks like this playground was revamped, but this show see more dates. 2013. This is from May 2024. Yeah, it doesn't look too much different than it did around this time, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah.
Waves 160 feet northeast winds of 8 to 14 miles per hour to be expected along with wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Friday night, with dry fuels, high fire danger conditions can be expected. Saturday, please remember to your local burn lighting authorities whether you may burn outdoors. Waves 1 foot. If you do burn outside, use extreme caution and not. Waves 1 foot. 45 National Weather Service with Atlanta listening area up to 15. Today in the afternoon, sunny. Waves 1 foot in the upper 60s. Sunday night, southwest winds 15 to 20 miles an hour.
All right. Well, now let's do something we did last week. But actually, let's try this song in reverse.
The preceding was a test of the National Weather Service emergency warning system from Atlanta, KECD. This test is conducted at approximately 11:30 each Wednesday morning, weather permitting. If this had been an actual emergency weather situation, the warning alarm would have been followed by an actual watch or warning. Reception of this broadcast and
there's Wakefield, finally.
This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even if you are using a quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will normally be activated for warnings in selected watches within a 40-mile radius of your transmitter. This has been a test of the known all hazards with the radio alarm counties in the Atlanta National Weather Service normally conducts this test every Wednesday between 11:30 a.m. and noon. Douglas. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next fair weather day. Rockdale. You will be informed between 7 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. Each test day if the test will not be conducted. We now return to our normal conductor to give you the opportunity to ensure that your radio alarm system is in good working order. This has been a test. Skies range from sunny to mostly sunny.
Alright, now which one's still on? Oh, Paducah's still on, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna take their sweet time and eventually do it, so. That's what it sounds like in reverse. Dang, that's loud. And we'll speed it up. Okay, now. What else should we try backwards? This one. Yeah, that's Montgomery. With these towers. Can't remember why I went down this way, but yeah, that's where those towers eventually end up. But now this is Aurora, technically. And continuing here, ahead should be the Aurora subdivision, if I'm going the right way. Apparently not. Oh, there's Grand Forks.
From the transmitter will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for only selected watches and warnings affecting counties across portions of eastern North Dakota, as well as northwest and west central Minnesota. Once again, the National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm tone. We will now return to regular programming.
And, I mean, looking at the Prairie Street crossing here, it's pretty bizarre how there's a second track that just doesn't go anywhere. Well, sort of, but there's a switch there. But then, right here, it just abruptly ends. I mean, the track right there just abruptly ends. So, I find that pretty bizarre. I find that pretty bizarre in every way. But yeah, this is Prairie Street. And then here's Orchard. 14-foot 14-foot 0. Go underneath the BNSF Aurora subdivision. And then there's Galena Boulevard, which we did a Street View episode on just recently. We also included Municipal Drive as well, as a added bonus. And I also learned that this is the same road that goes through Aurora, Hill Avenue, and takes US 30 through my hometown. So yeah, I definitely learned a lot from making that Street View video of Galena Boulevard all those back in the summer, or last summer actually. It was actually last summer I made that one. Let me take a look at the upload. Let me see when did I release that one? I'll take a look in just a minute. Let's see what Barney the Cockatoo is up to first, because I almost. Is he up to something good? Well, he's after a hat today. Huh. Okay. Interesting. All right. Now, the next time zone coming up is the Central Time Zone. So I'm going to go ahead and get the SDR ready and everything else ready for that zone here in just a moment. All right. Now, let's see what changes we can make. So, I guess while Chillicote's stream is up, it never received the Wilmington test. What even what does the thing even sound like right now? Let me take a quick listen and let me see what it sounds like. I don't know if it sounds like anything good or not. Cause I want it. Ooh, Las Cruces. Las Cruces. Wait a minute. I think I've heard that name before, and we did a county request video on that transmitter recently. So I want to take a look and see. WXL 91. That is El Paso. We're adding that to the Mountain Time Zone tonight, this week. So that's going to be exciting. But anyway, what am I here for? Chillicothe. Yes, I want to see what it sounds like. Yeah, there's nothing there, so that's why there was nothing. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and add Las Cruces to. I'm gonna go ahead and add Las Cruces now to the list. So let's see. I'll put that right here. Okay. All right, we'll add the Central Zone next, but let's see who tested. So Wilmington did, Wakefield did, Tallahassee did, Tulsa we're waiting for. Tampa did, State College did, Raleigh did, Pittsburgh did, Peachtree did, Paducah we're still waiting on. Wilmington did, the other Wilmington, Marquette. Northern Indiana, I can confirm that they tested from that video. New York, Newport, Charleston, Mount Holly, Jackson, Kentucky, Morristown, Miami, Gaylord. Lincoln. We haven't heard from them yet, but I suppose we will in this hour. Indianapolis, GSP, Gray, Maine, Grand Rapids, they tested early. Otherwise, I think that's every single one. Boston again. And otherwise, yeah, that is everything. All right. So, on to the next time zone now. And I want to make sure to clear off duplicates of Lincoln and Omaha. And it is for a good reason, in one way or another. All right. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and reset this now. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to go take care of something really quickly here. And then we'll be ready for the Central Time Zone, and we'll tour a little more around the Oswego, Aurora, Yorkville area. All right, that's been taken care of now. So now let's continue touring a little more of Aurora, Yorkville, Oswego, Trinity Broadcasting Network. Oh, TVN. Oh, this is for the that's for that streaming service or whatever. So that must be a filming studio. At least from what it looks like, it's a filming studio. There's Lou Malnati's. They have another location.
Blacksburg Gold Test and really late.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for.
Blacksburg Virginia Gold Lakes test.
Yeah, we're still waiting for them. Well, they usually go around this time. Or maybe they already went before I even put them in. I don't know. And John still has Tallahassee in his mass twice for some reason. I don't know why he has it in there twice. But I guess we'll never know. Oh, yep, JRB. That's the 3-minute warning. So maybe JRB is the 3-minute warning. So let's go ahead and get them all up now.
The Hastings, Nebraska climate summary for yesterday, April 7th, 2026. Yesterday's high temperature was 68 degrees. This high was 7 degrees above.
And now let's play inauguration backwards again.
Yesterday's low temperature was 33 degrees. This low was 366. Normal low of 36. Houston mostly sunny. Low was 11 degrees, which was again 465. And in Calgary, 167. It was no sun
Alright, does New Orleans work? No. Does Lake Charles work? It does not. Alright, straight to Memphis then. Yeah, as expected, blacks were tested before I even put them in. Dang it. Oh well. Yeah, before I even put them in. Dang it. Whatever. Oh well. Oh well, it's alright. And I never even updated the card. Here it goes. And Kansas City strikes first. Oh, I see Paducah's finally going too.
During potentially dangerous situations, special bill receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of impending catastrophe. Tests of the signal and receivers performed are normally to maximizing weather emergency situations. Newly used websites were just broadcast automatically with special receivers to alert Spotter information statement. Spotters average west wind 20 and reporting to be on weather stations W24. This is the National Weather Service in Hastings, Nebraska. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System for radio stations WXL74, WXL75, KWN62, KEC99, KEC39, KWN59, and WN570, serving central and south central Nebraska and north central Kansas. During potentially dangerous weather situations across the area, the alarm tones you just heard would be activated and immediately followed by information about the impending hazard. Your reception of the alarm tones and the radio broadcast may vary at times, even though you are using a quality receiver that is in good working order. This test is normally conducted each Wednesday morning around 11 a.m., but may occasionally be postponed until the next quiet weather day if there is an imminent threat of severe weather. So this has been the National Weather Service in Hastings. 0 to 10 a.m. Variability normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. 6 degrees. The dew point was up to severe thunderstorms could occur. Tonight, will be postponed to the next available good weather day. The warning alarm tone will be activated from watches and warning that affect the following NOAA Weather Radio transmitters: WXJ89 Wausau, KIG65 WXN69 Sister Bay, WWG88 Crandon, WWF40 Paloma, WNG5 KC2X BB Gresham, Please visit our website at weather.gov/GRB/NWR. This concludes the test. We now return to regular programming. Guthrie, Jasper, and Cole. Wind advisory in effect until 12:06. Toward gusts and hazards, Washington intelligence storm disaster partly sunny, cloudy with winds for another National Weather Service forecast by profile vehicles.
The test is postponed until the next available weather day. Service radio warning alarm. More estimated over National Weather Service radio stations. Watch North Central and Northeast Illinois. Will be activated for watches and East Illinois. Affecting all counties on North Central and Northeast Illinois, as well as the counties of far northwest Indiana. Reception of this broadcast and the alarm tone will vary at any given location. This variability will be more noticeable at a given transmitter, or the better even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order.
See, Des Moines is finally going.
We will now return to our regular program. Weather radio call hazards warning alert. Dry and potentially dangerous weather situations. Especially those issues can be automatically activated by the
This is a test of the National Weather Service NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System in cooperation with the Emergency Alert System. Tests of this alarm system are conducted every Wednesday at 11 a.m. and at 7 p.m. If there is a severe weather threat, the tests are postponed until the next available good weather day. The alarm tone will activate for severe weather and other life-threatening emergency messages for the following 14 transmitters and associated broadcast areas. radios. WXL 57 at Des Moines. WXL 94 at Brentwood County. WXK 84 at Fort Dodge. KXI 98 at Marshalltown. KXI 62 at Montezuma. WXO 91 at Raston Lake. WMG 730 at Alma. KZV 51 at Carroll. KZV 68 at Van Wert. KXI 65 at Lennox. WMG 666 at Iowa Falls. WMG 668 at Denison. WMG 688 at Winston. KJ 163 at Forest City. For a detailed listing of what counties are served by each transmitter, please visit the No Weather Radio section of our website at www.weather.gov/Des Moines. Once again, please visit the No Weather Radio section at our website, www.weather.gov/Des Moines. This concludes our test. We now return to regular programming.
Alright, now I do know there's a new transmitter served by Memphis, so let's give this one a try. Oh, it doesn't work? Alright, then what about Jackson, Tennessee? I think they tested already. Yeah, I think they tested already.
This is the story of the one.
Oh yeah, I really like this new look.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance.
I can even pan it? Oh, they're going right now.
Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test is postponed to the next day, weather permitting.
I like this new look.
If severe weather threat persists into the following day, the test will be canceled for the week and return the following Monday.
There's a nice little spectrograph too. It's even better than the original. In nearly every way I can think of. Anyway, we gotta pull the other transmitters up now.
To provide the most consistent and reliable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be sounded on WXQ-60 section, only for warnings and selected watches affecting the following Tennessee counties: Carroll, Chester, Crockett, Decatur, Dyer, Gibson, Hardeman, Harding, Haywood, Henderson, McMurray, Madison, and Weekly. To learn additional features about NOAA Weather Radio, including specific area message encoding, visit the NOAA Weather Radio website at weather.gov/NWR.
Alright. Now let's see what other transmitters we need to add.
Tertiary secondary color reading.
Oh, we were going to continue this, weren't we?
May occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good weather day.
In good weather day?
Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, may occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The warning alarm will be activated for warnings in selected watches affecting locations in portions of West Kentucky, Southeast Missouri, Southern Illinois, Southwest Indiana, and Northwest Tennessee. This concludes this test of NOAA Weather Radio's warning device. We now return to our regular programming.
Alright, next one.
In Tulsa, the preceding signal was a test of NOAA Weather Radio, all hazards public warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. The test of the signal and the receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. local time. If there is a risk of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. Reception of the broadcast, and especially the warning alarm to West Nashville, suddenly given location 65. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitted good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm zone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: in Oklahoma, Adair,
See, Jackson tested too.
Clay, Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Cole, Delaware, Haskell, Hughes, Latimer, LaFleur, Oak Wall B, Osage, Ottawa, Maine, Pittsburgh, McCollum, Rogers, Sequoia, Tulsa, Wagner, and Washington. In Arkansas, Benton, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Logan, Madison, Scott, Sebastian, and Washington. In Missouri, McDonald and Berry. And in Kansas, Chautauqua, Lewis, and Montgomery. This concludes this week's test of the NOAA radio all hazards public warning system. We now return to our normal programming.
On system. This test is conducted every Wednesday morning unless severe weather is in the area. And then the test is postponed until the next good weather day. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. Repeating once again, this is a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm system. This concludes this test.
Mississippi. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the one-to-one tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device.
Alright. So now we will have La Crosse and Omaha change places. Okay, let's see. We have room for 3 more. Yeah, we got room for 3 more transmitters. Abilene, Texas being one of them. Lincoln, Illinois being another one. Or is that it? I think that is all of them. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Alright. Now let's continue with our little tour of the Aurora, Yorkville, Oswego, Naperville vicinity or area. Metea Valley High School. Those where these towers meet a massive substation. Maybe we could just follow these towers and see where they go.
Partly sunny, 70.
Activating the public warning alarm tone. This tone will normally precede the broadcast of emergency messages. During potential dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to advise or warn of impending hazards. Tests of the warning alarm tone are normally conducted by the National Weather Service in Sioux Falls each Wednesday morning between 11 a.m. and noon Central Time. The test will be canceled if severe weather threatens the area during the usual test time. Reception of this broadcast, especially of the alarm tone, will vary at any given location. Variability is caused by such factors as terrain and distance from the transmitters and will occur even when you may be using a good quality receiver. To provide the most consistent and dependable service possible, the warning alarm tone will be activated only for selected watches and warnings affecting those counties within each transmitter listening area. This concludes our test. We now ignore all hazards radio public warning alarm system for transmitters across eastern Nebraska and southwest Iowa, as well as neighboring portions of Kansas and Missouri. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. During potentially dangerous alarm tone causes weather radio receivers to be turned on automatically, alerting you to the impending emergency broadcaster. Tests of the warning alarm system are conducted each Wednesday at 11:15 a.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, suggest it's been postponed until the next available non-severe weather day. This is NOAA. Once again, this has been a weekly test of the NOAA All Hazards Radio Public Warning Alarm System. We now return to our regular programming in Davidson County. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service Office located near Nashville. This service is provided in part by the Metropolitan Nashville Office of Emergency Management and the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. Repeating, this has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially equipped receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending danger. The alarm will be activated for severe weather watches and warnings or civil emergencies affecting the Middle Tennessee counties of Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon, Macon, Maury, Montgomery, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Sumner, Trousdale, Williamson, and Wilson. This concludes the test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm Device and Emergency Alert System. We now return you to regular programming.
So that's where these towers end up. I've been curious about that myself. McCullough Park. That's what it looks like as of November 2019. I believe the park was recently upgraded from when I passed by it. Well, to me it looks the same. Well, to me it looks the same. Fox Fitness at Prisco, what's this about? There's Lincoln and Houston together.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Lincoln, Illinois radio station. This is warning of the warning alarm system from NOAA Weather Radio Station WX376 in Champaign. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers will automatically be activated to warn of the impending hazard. This test is normally conducted each Wednesday between the hours of 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. unless there is a threat of severe weather. In that case, the test will be postponed until the first available weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm feature will normally vary with distance from the transmitter. This may occur even if you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm feature will be activated for the following Central Illinois counties: Champaign, Cole, DeWitt, Douglas, Anger, Ford, Moultrie, Hyde, and Vermillion. We now return to regular programming.
Fort Bend, Galveston, Harris, Liberty, Montgomery, and Waller. Repeating, this is a test of the NOAA Weather Radio's warning device.
To me, this looks like Hi-C Orange inside of that cup. This is what the McDonald's looked like before. Pretty vintage, but yeah, a modern redesign was pretty much inevitable in order to keep up with the times. This is what it looks like now. A little more modern. I know a lot of people say that these new modern looks are pretty bland looking, but that's the thing. Keep up with the times. I can see the high C on the soda machines there. That's the orange flavor. I haven't checked White Castle to see if they have that drink as well. They got Minute Maid lemonade.
Mostly cloudy with a chance of showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Freezing highs in the lower 80s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the lower 30s.
So there's the Coke machine there.
Highs around 60.
Does that look like mozzarella sticks? French fries.
Showers likely night. Partly cloudy in the lower 70s. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms until midnight. Rain 70%. Showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 70s. Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday night. Partly cloudy in the morning. Then showers likely. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Chance of rain in the lower.
So yeah, that's White Castle.
Mostly cloudy in the morning. Then becoming mostly sunny.
Pizza Now. I've never heard of this place before.
Weather information source. Highs in the lower 50s. A look at the 11:15 here in Central Daylight Time service forecast from the coast.
All right, before we look at this, let's get Huntsville and everything else going because it's almost time for those areas.
Is an outlook for the period Thursday through Tuesday. Scattered showers and a few thunderstorms are possible Saturday afternoon and evening. Spotter information statement. Spotter activity is not expected at this time. 1 p.m. the 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time observation.
So they have 3 locations. They have Aurora, they have West Chicago, they have Streamwood. So they have 3 locations. Here's Sullivan Road. I wonder if this crossing looked any different before. Nope, it's the same as it has been. Nope, the crossing looks the same as it has.
It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 50. In Imperial, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 51.
Yep, it doesn't look too much different.
In Scotts Bluff, it was cloudy with a temperature of 46. For the listening area of Chadron, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 47. In Sydney, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 46.
We're way past downtown, aren't we? Yeah, here we are, downtown Aurora.
In McCook, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 56. In Broken Bow, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 51. In O'Neill, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 49. In Granby Island, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 59. And in Milford, it was sunny.
And here again was where I was filming the final scene of the Rofan and Aurora video.
It was partly sunny with a temperature of 67. Around the region,
This is where I filmed the final scene.
with a temperature of 67.
In Denver, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 68. In Cheyenne, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 43 miles per hour. In Rapid City, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 45. At Pierre, it was cloudy with a temperature of 43. In Sioux Falls, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 51. Once again, at 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time, North Platte reported a temperature of 51. At Oglala, the temperature was 50. In the morning, the official National Weather Service forecast for southwest Nebraska. Today, sunny. Highs in the mid-60s. North winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. 40% up to 35 miles per hour in the morning. Monday, tonight, mostly clear in the evening. Then partly cloudy with a slight
And there's that stone sculpture thing, fountain, whatever.
winds around 10 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 20%. Thursday, mostly sunny. A chance of rain in the morning. Then a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 40%. Thursday night, a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Mostly cloudy with a chance of rain. Lows in the lower 30s. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 50%. Friday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain in the morning. Then a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s. East winds 10 to 20
And here's where we tried Montgomery Fest, but unfortunately it didn't pan out. But yeah, there was one of the two spinny things I spent some time on. Yeah, this one of those two spinning things there. One of those two spinny things. Tried this crazy contraption of a thing. And I think that was all. I think that was all I tried. Of course, I couldn't see any of the Mendota subdivision from either of these angles. What's this place? Riverview Diner. So it looks like they've got breakfast items. They've got lunch items too. I think that's a place we could have tried. Could have tried that place. But... oh well. There's some old signals there still sitting in storage. They've been sitting there for how long now? Oh my gosh. They've been sitting there for years?
This concludes the weekly test of the warning alarm system. We now return to our normal weather broadcasting.
This is the National Weather Service in North Platte, Nebraska. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System for radio stations WXL 73, WXN 72, WXN 82, WXL 58, WXL 76, KPS 502, KHA 55. serving western and north-central Nebraska, far northeast Colorado, and portions of southern South Dakota. During potentially dangerous weather situations across the area, the alarm tones you just heard would be activated and immediately followed by information about the impending hazard. Your reception of the alarm tones and the radio broadcast may vary at times, even though you are using a quality receiver that is in good working order.
There's a
This
cross.
test is normally conducted each Wednesday morning around 11:30 a.m. Central Time, but will be canceled in the event of severe or hazardous weather. This has been the National Weather Service in North Platte. We now return you to our regular program.
Hazard. Tests and warning alarms are normally conducted at this time every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If severe
For the season since October 1st,
weather threatens the area during the normal test time, the test will be postponed until the first good weather day. This warning alarm can only be activated for watches, warnings, or selected statements affecting specific counties based on the transmitter you are listening to. For exact coverage areas, please check our internet homepage. Receipt of the warning alarm tone will vary at any given location, especially at greater distances from the transmitter and in large buildings. This concludes the weekly warning alarm test. We now return to our normally scheduled programming.
temperature for today is 54 degrees, and the normal low is 29.
So yeah, that little line there
For today is 85.
that comes off BNSF and goes through Oswego. That's a little branch line of the Mendota subdivision.
Today is at 7:01 a.m. and sunset is at 8:11 p.m. This is an urgent weather message for the following county: Dickey, North Dakota. Wind advisory
And then it
remains
continues
until
somewhere.
7 p.m. Central Daylight
But where
Time
though?
or 6 p.m.
Does it
Mountain
end up?
Daylight Time this evening. What? Northwest winds around 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 55 miles per hour expected. Where? Western through central North Dakota, including the James River Valley. When? Until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time or 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time this evening. Impacts. Objects left unsecured outside will be blown around. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra
Yeah, it goes on for a while.
Repeating, a wind advisory remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the
Yeah,
following
this little
counties.
branch line or something goes on for a while.
Glacial Lakes Recreation Forecast. Today, max temperature around 47.
We're in Sheridan.
Sky weather, windy. Mostly cloudy in the morning and clearing. Wind, west winds 10 to 20 miles per hour, increasing to 25 to 35 miles per hour in the afternoon.
It ends up going to this Technosand place.
Tonight, the temperature around 23. Sky weather, windy. Mostly clear. Wind, northwest
And does
winds
it end
20 to 30
after that?
miles per hour, decreasing to 10 to 20 miles per hour after midnight. Lightning, none. Thursday, max temperature around 38. Sky weather, mostly sunny.
Well, it looks like it continues.
Chance of snow. Wind, northwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Then it ends up in Ottawa.
Thursday night, the temperature around 25. Sky weather, mostly cloudy in the evening and clearing. Wind, west winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Lightning, none. Extended forecast, Friday, freezing. Partly cloudy. Highs around 50.
So yeah, I guess this branch line goes on for a while.
Windy. Mostly cloudy. Chance of rain. Highs in the mid-50s. Lows around 50. At the Aberdeen
So yeah, I suppose it goes on for a good while.
precipitation was recorded yesterday or so
For
far today.
a good while after that.
Snowfall observations are taken 4 times a day at 1 a.m., 7 a.m., 1 p.m., and 7 p.m. The current time is 11:35 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You are listening to NOAA Weather Radio WXN 25, the voice of NOAA's National Weather Service for Aberdeen and surrounding communities.
Now let's see what else we got here.
From Bath, South Dakota. 24 hours. Strong winds will continue through 500 areas.
So let's see what else we got here. We have another Burger King location. It looks like this one was totally remodeled. Because if I turn the clock back, yeah, it looked like this. So it looks like this is one of the very few locations that actually in fact the logo was actually entirely replaced. So this is Burger King's new logo. And in 2021 they still had the old logo. That's their old logo. And then this is the new logo. So we're kind of bringing back a classic a little bit. Yeah, that was from 2017, so. There's the combination of fries, onion rings, some sample from the commercials. And then that's their icy things or whatever. Yeah, a lot of these locations were remodeled. The King's Shield. This keeps us apart, but a Whopper brings us together. Yeah, that's a good reason why they had that there. Well, because this was during the... This was taken during the pandemic. So... Looks like there's some memorabilia inside of here, which very few Burger King locations have. What is that, Triple Whopper? Back when the Triple Whopper was still a thing. But I guess the rest of them are just typical menu items. I could have tried the... I did try the cheese melt when... I did try the cheese melt when Burger King had it, but yeah, I did try the cheese melt when they were advertising it. Whopper Wednesday. Yeah, well, yeah, it seems like they do their own. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to take a look and see. Now, what other offers have they have? What do they have? They got the signature watermelon. Maple bourbon barbecue Whopper. Impossible peppercorn BLT. And then all the fan-made Whopper combinations that won the Whopper by You contest or something.
This is your National Weather Service office in San Angelo, Texas.
Yeah.
This is a testimonial Weather Radio All Hazards Public Warning System. On good weather days, we test the system every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. In the event of threatening weather, we will delay this test until the next good weather day. Our 8 weather transmitters located near Throckmorton, Sweetwater, Abilene, Coleman, San Angelo, San Saba, Junction, and Azona serve a west central Texas listening area. For the areas these transmitters serve, our broadcast equipment will activate alarm tones and specific area encoder tones for weather watches and warnings, plus some non-weather related emergency messages. Our weather radio broadcasts for the west central Texas listening area originate from your National Weather Service office in San Angelo, Texas. This concludes our test.
So yeah, here's another Burger King location. This one is more closer to Naperville. So then there is a Play Place. I think this is the only remaining Burger King location, at least that I can remember, of that has a Play Place here in the Chicagoland area. Because the Burger King that was off of Weber Road in Romeoville that closed, that one had a Play Place. And that is the location I remember going to a lot. Yeah, this is what it looked like when it was still open, but yeah, you can see yep, permanently closed.
10 a.m. and 11 a.m. Mountain Time.
So yeah, this is what it looked like when the place was still open. But Not much anymore. Not anymore.
Forecast office in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Just the signs and everything are gone.
Radio signals contain an emergency alert system counter codes and the warning alarm tones attest to NOAA radio public warning system.
And now it just says for
Of
lease.
these codes and the warning alarm tone are conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon Central Time, or between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. Mountain Time.
Here's the McDonald's I remember going to.
The test will be
That's what it used to
the
look
next
like.
available non-severe weather day. The alarm tone causes weather radio receivers with the alarm tone feature to be turned on automatically. This alerts you that an emergency broadcast is about to be made. Weather radios with the alarm tone feature are available commercially. These counter codes and alarm tones will normally be used for weather warnings and emergency messages for 38 counties in western and central North Dakota, Harding and Perkins counties in northwestern South Dakota, and Sheridan, Richland, and Roosevelt counties in northeastern Montana. Once again, this was a weekly test of the alarm tone and county code tones. This concludes the weekly test. We now return to regular programming.
Yeah, they were pretty late, but at least they got it. And yeah, there's when McDonald's, I think this was about a year or so before McDonald's pulled Hi-C from all of their locations. So this was before Hi-C was initially pulled. And then McDonald's brought it back. And then other chains ended up following suit and introducing other Hi-C flavors, like the Flash and Fruit Punch, which I'm seeing very commonly now. Portillo's has it, Burger King has it. Well, actually, however, it's for Burger King, not every location has it, as far as I've researched. Not every location has it. But McDonald's has Hi-C. This is as of 2018. So this was after McDonald's pulled Hi-C. So this was the year before they pulled Hi-C. And this is what they had in 2018 after they pulled it. So there was Diet Coke, there's Fanta, Coke, Dr. Pepper. This is what they had. This McDonald's location specifically. And then can't remember what year they brought it back, but oh yeah, those fries. I miss those days. I miss those days. I just want to enjoy McDonald's again, but I mean I can, but I mean as much as I'd like to, I'm also thinking about the fact that I'm trying to steer away from McDonald's as much as possible, mainly because of the ingredients that are implemented in their food. I mean, how good their food tastes. I mean, it's definitely bad in the long run. So that's why I'd like to try to steer away from McDonald's as much as possible. But I could end up getting McDonald's on my own again. Again at some point down the line, but Nuno Urin? What the heck? I have not seen anything like this before. What is this? A table with lights underneath it? Yeah, I mean that's pretty interesting of a concept there. Romeoville runs on Duncan. Yeah, that must be the new location that had just opened. Not that far down the road. And then there's what it looks like on the inside with the kiosks where you go to order your food. Steak and Shake is mandating it. Portillo's has it now. But yeah, here's the Steak and Shake location I visited in January, and yeah. The place definitely wasn't, I mean, it was barely busy at all. Barely busy at all. This is how it was just empty. It was just totally empty. Yeah, it was a totally empty place, but did enjoy the food. I know my parents didn't care for it, but I mean, we had the gift card, so wanted to make use of it. I wanted to make use of it before it expired. And then there's the Flash and Fruit Punch I ended up getting. From here. So, of course, this is where you choose your drink and... Oh, yes, and the Crazy Claw, they used to have that there. I think they actually still had it when I was there. But it was actually moved to a different area. Yeah, it's over here now. $1. But yeah, considering the fact that there's probably not that many Steak and Shake locations anymore, and I'm pretty sure they're doing I don't know how terrible they're doing in terms of sales and everything like that. I have a feeling Steak and Shake isn't going to be around much longer, but I'm glad I got to enjoy, what probably would be, I got to enjoy Steak and Shake for the first time in a long time, and what very well could be the last time. I mean, with not so many customers coming through the door at that particular Steak and Shake location, and with not that many other Steak and Shake locations left, yeah, I have a feeling it is not going to be around much longer. It is not going to be around much longer. In fact, I think there's still some other locations that are left. Let's see. Yeah, there's still a few Steak and Shake locations around, so I don't know how well they're doing, though, but there's still a few Steak and Shake locations left around the Chicagoland area. But pretty much you can find McDonald's everywhere. And I actually also just found out that the Wendy's in Homer Glen had just closed. And I found out that Homer Glen just lost Wendy's. So, yeah. I mean, I would like to give Wendy's a try. Oh, look at that. Wendy's actually advertises Hi-C on this Google Maps page. Something that the other chains did not do. But yeah. Wendy's is no more in Homer Glen. Now, where's the Chili's, though? Wendy's had actually been sitting there since, oh wow, it had been there for a long time. That's what it looked like in 2012. And then they rebuilt and remodeled the whole structure. But, of course, there aren't any updated pictures, but the pictures now show pretty much the scars of where the facade used to be. The scars on the facade where the sign used to be. And then over here, this is Chili's, which is also gone. Such a shame, because we visited there a few times, but... Alright, well, I guess our new home base is Culver's then. Yep. This other restaurant that also carries the Hi-C drink. And we can zoom it in here. And yep, there it is. Hi-C Fruit Punch. Right there. Alright. So while we're waiting for Aberdeen, they're pretty late right now. I'm going to keep Boston on there for a little longer in case they're running late. Now it is time for us to get ready for the next time zone, the Pacific time zone and the Mountain time zone. All right, let's go ahead and reset it now. All right, there we go. Perfect. All right, so we got the whole Pacific time zone in there and all ready to go. But then, of course, I gotta get some other stuff ready too. Let's take a little better look around and see what else we got. Let's see. We have Arby's, which I have not tried yet. I could give a meat sandwich a try. See, I could give a meat sandwich a try. Yeah, this is actually a newer one because it had just opened here a few years ago. It opened, but we can just look at Bell Road and then we can turn the clock back by some time. We can see. So it used to be MB Financial Bank. So it looks like when Arby's took over, it looks like they actually kept the building mostly intact. I mean, there's a lot of NB Bank's details. I mean, a lot of its details were left intact. The flag on the flagpole has been removed, and that window there, this used to be MB Financial Bank. So Arby's took over the space, and now they have their restaurant there. But now the question is, what's going to take over Chili's and what's going to take over Wendy's now that both chains have left Homer Glen? Honestly, I don't know. I've not been following up with new developments with these restaurant chains. I have not been following up with any details. But yeah, this gas station there, long gone. It disappeared and now it's never to be seen again. Now here's the McDonald's in Homer Glen. I've only stepped inside of once. Only once. I've only been inside of this place once, and I have not been inside of this place again. But will I sometime in the next few years? Well, I don't know. Maybe you should try. Maybe I could maybe bring back McDonald's into the regular roster. However, I'll probably do it less frequent. So maybe like every year or so. I don't know. Maybe like every year or so I could give it a try or give it a go. But until then, it seems like at this point, with everything that I've heard about McDonald's and everything like that, at this point, I don't think there's any way that I'm going to be implementing McDonald's into the roster ever again. I don't know, but who knows? Maybe I might in the coming years, but I guess until then, McDonald's is going to be, well, in the past. So I could come back and reunite with that high C orange drink that I grew up with. I could maybe reunite with that. I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to try it, when they were offering it the first time, but I mean, now that McDonald's has it again, I could actually give it a shot. I mean, I already had the fruit punch. I've had it 3 times already. I had it at the Portillo's in Oak Lawn. I had it at the Culver's in Bridgeview. And I had just had it at the Portillo's in Oswego. I could have done it at the Burger King, but I guess the next time I end up in the Lawn of Oaks, maybe I will end up going Burger King and actually getting my hands on that high C drink again. I'm a little disappointed Pluto's doesn't have it, but then again, it's a locally owned restaurant, not a fast food chain. All right, we're running out of time here, so let's get ready for the mountain time zone. Then I'll take my lunch break. So let's get Columbus, Wisconsin going for the weekly siren test that'll be happening in a few minutes. And then I guess I can go ahead and show you. Now, what kind of 360 views do we get from inside? Yeah, they don't have high C, so I just picked the best food I could take. So basically, I just narrow it down to my favorites. So Pluto's actually we could add to our roster of places to, go to. Yeah, they still don't have it, but that's all right. All right. I see we got a 4-hour late Empire builder, but okay. All right, let's get them all going here.
At Pearl Harbor, the temperature was 41 degrees and the relative humidity 56%. The wind was out at 18 miles an hour. Around western Wyoming, it was fair. It was 49 at Jackson, 35 at Elgin, 42 at Grable, and 43 at Woodland. Rock Springs reported 54, Big Piney reported 50, and Evanston reported 53. For central and eastern Wyoming, it was 39 at Beaver River and 36 at Hyman. At Jasper, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 39. It was fair with a temperature of 42 at Sharon, 36 at Buffalo, and 39 at Gillette. Under fair skies, Cheyenne reported 43, Laramie reported 52, and Rawlins reported 53. Across the region, it was fair. It was 42 at Billings, 68 at Denver, and 62 at Salt Lake City. The report from Riverton was not available. Once again, at Lander, it was 43 degrees under fair skies. Once again, on South Pass, it was 45 degrees. The windy afternoon.
That's the confirmation there that Norman's going to test.
Lacrosse, it was partly sunny. It was 55. Dubuque, it was sunny. It was 58. In Waterloo, it was sunny and 61. In Green, it was cloudy and 39. In Eagle River, it was cloudy. The temperature was 37. In South Bend, it was mostly sunny and 49. This is a weekly test of the NOAA radio warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday around noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next weather day. The warning alarm transmitted over the Sonoma radio station in southern Wisconsin will bring the warning alarm digital watches and warnings affecting the following Wisconsin warning alarm will all radio stations during holiday markets in 1 hour. Warning digital and transmitted by the watches on your phone and call radio emergency messages. Please the warning alarm radio to your National Weather Service radio is conducted at coastal waters on Wednesday, unless there is a special risk of severe weather and especially the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability will be more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter will occur, even though you're using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for selected watches and warnings affecting the following counties: Shawnee, Waubonsee, Douglas, Osage, Jefferson, Jackson, Potawatomi, Riley, Erie, Atchison, and Morse. We now return to normal programming.
Alright, I think that's all I can pull up. Alright, I'm going to take my lunch break now. I will be back. And just let you listen into everything as we go on here.
cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the 70s. Partly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers. Lows tomorrow are 40. Monday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Highs in the 60s. Monday night, rain showers likely. Lows in the 30s. Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of rain showers. Highs in the mid-50s. The 11th remarks around most Toronto. Greenwich International Airport District. Sunday temperature was 64 degrees, low 2.25. The relative humidity 22%. The wind was northeast at 90 miles an hour. Pressure was 29.95 in Raleigh. Denver Central Park temperature was 60. The relative humidity 16%. The wind was west at 15, gusting to 21. Aurora was 69 degrees. The winds were northwest at 16, gusting to 45. Freeway partly sunny. The temperature was 66. The wind was northwest at 15, gusting to 22. Newton reporting sunny at 66. The wind was west at 13. Local Bank. The temperature was 68. The wind was west at 15, gusting to 21. Fort Collins Loveland Airport, 57 degrees. The wind was east at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. Greater Barrington. The wind was northeast at 15. Ellsworth in Colorado, Monument Hill Sharon 61. Colorado Springs Harbor 48. The wind was north at 40, gusting to 20. Point Station 42. The wind was northeast at 18. Signal Sharon 71. The wind was north at 13 miles an hour, gusting to 21. Grand Junction Sharon 64. Starbucks Connection Station Sharon 45. The wind was northeast at 13, gusting to 45. Northside Sharon 56. The wind was north at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 20. Woodland Sharon 59. The wind was northeast at 24 miles an hour, gusting to 30. Again, Greenwich National Airport, 64 degrees under the sky. The winds were northeast at 90 miles an hour. Here's the forecast for Logan, western Denver suburbs. West Pacific, partly cloudy late in the morning, then becoming mostly cloudy. Chance for showers late in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Chance of rain 10%. Tonight, mostly cloudy and evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Low 35 to 43. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour in the evening and carrying out. Thursday, partly cloudy in the morning, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of rain showers in the afternoon. Highs in the 40s. Chance of rain 20%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Lows in the 40s. Here's the forecast for Denver. Friday, partly cloudy. Highs in the 70s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy and evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows 37 to 43. Winds 10 to 15 miles an hour in the evening, becoming light. Partly cloudy in the morning, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Lows in the 40s. Mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Friday night, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers. Low 43 to 49. Saturday, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms. In the 70s. Chance of rain 40%. Saturday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Low is rain 40. Sunday, partly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the 70s. Monday night, partly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers. Lows in the lower 40s. Monday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Highs in the 60s. Monday night, rain showers likely. Lows in the 30s. Rain 60%. Mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of rain showers. Highs in the mid-80s. The 11 a.m. observations around northeast Toronto. Denver International Airport was fair. The temperature was 54 degrees, low 25. The relative humidity 42%. The wind was northeast at 9 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.95 inches in rising. In Denver, the temperature was the relative humidity 16%. The wind was west at 15, gusting to 21. Aurora was 59 degrees. The winds were northwest at 15, gusting to 25. Skies were partly sunny. The temperature was the wind was northwest at 15, gusting to 22. Winds were reported sunny and 66. The wind was west at 13. Boulder Fair. The temperature was 58. The wind was west at 15, gusting to 21. Fort Collins Loveland Airport, failing 17 degrees. The wind was 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. Breeze at 80. The wind was northeast at 18. Elsewhere in Colorado, Monumental failing 61. Colorado Springs partly sunny and 66. The wind was north at 14, gusting to 20. One fair and 52. The wind was northeast at 18.
All right. I've seen a lot of tests happen while I was away. So let's deal with them one at a time.
The wind was north at 17 miles an hour.
We have Denver.
Northwest at 15. With a 40% chance of showers. Lows in the mid-40s. A shower. West of 10%.
Let's play inauguration backwards again.
Colorado Springs. The wind was fair. Chance of showers. Friday. Highs. Saturday night. The shower. Patience. And chance of rain in the mid. Mostly upper 40s. Things. A great weather day. Reception into Central Boulder.
I hear Grand Junction testing.
This is only a test. The warnings are issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Junction. The warning alarm system will automatically activate weather radio equipped with this tone alert feature.
This will be the next one to rewind.
Of these weather radio receivers and the warning alarm system are conducted by the National Weather Service in Grand Junction every Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. Exception will be made if severe weather threatens or the forecast to occur in the broadcast area on the day of the test. The test will be performed on the next available good weather day. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in western Colorado: Mesa, Rockwood, Delta, Montrose, Eagle, Pitkin, Benson, Uray, San Juan, La Plata, Archuleta, Moffett, Route, Montevideo, Dolores, San Miguel, Grant, Jackson, and Summit. In eastern Utah, Unity, Grant, San Juan, Duchesne, and Emory counties. In northwestern Mexico, Rio Arriba, and San Juan counties. Once again, the National Weather Service has just conducted a test of the public warning alarm system. We will now return to our normal broadcast cycle.
40%. 30th. The programming. 55, 6 in the counties and slow weather and no showers. Highs in the mid-50s. Lows in the mid-30s. Chance of precipitation 30%.
Lower 20s, lows around 30s. Chance of precipitation 60%. p.m. Central Daylight Time. These are the noon observations for Wednesday, April 8th.
Let's add some fade effect onto inauguration. Spatializer. Oh gosh.
Coming west after midnight. Chance of precipitation. Northeast will be yet. Available good weather day at Trona and Kamora. Statically active UXM.31 County lineup.
Alright, now for Duluth. Kind of hard to tell.
And the public can also read small hail at Duluth, inches and falling. Duluth, Minnesota. The regular northern Cass County, each one by the sea. This is a test of this weather 20%.
Seems like all of them repeated the message. Alright, there's a few more we gotta grab. So let's let inauguration play in reverse again. While I find those other ones. Like this one. This one. I think those are the only two. Did Aberdeen ever go? I don't think they did. Yeah, they never went. And I don't think Boston went on. I think Boston may have won already. Yeah, the Boston already went. So, all right, it's enough of inauguration right now. All right, let's go back on these tests.
The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for the National Weather Service radio stations in southeast Wyoming and Nebraska Panhandle areas. During potentially dangerous situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn the public of impending hazards. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted each Wednesday between the hours of 11 in the morning and noon. If there is severe weather or the threat of severe weather in the area, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. This warning alarm will be activated for selected watches, warnings, and civil emergencies affecting southeast Wyoming and the Nebraska Panhandle. We now return you to your normal broadcast. Stay from the national. The test of the NOAA has been the weekly test of the. This has been the weekly test of the NOAA radio alarm system. This test is conducted each Wednesday from the National Weather Service office in Santa Teresa, New Mexico between the hours of 11 a.m. and noon. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test will be postponed to the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated only for warnings in selected watches affecting the following counties: Doña Ana, Otero, and Sierra. The transmitter for this station is located on a mountain in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and broadcasts on a frequency of 162.400 MHz with a power output of 100 watts. If an outage of this transmitter should occur, some residents of the area may access important weather information by tuning to the El Paso NOAA Weather Radio transmitter, WXK25, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.475 MHz. Again, the proceeding has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio alarm system.
That's nice that they provide information on a secondary transmitter if the primary one goes down. All right, next one.
The following counties and transmitters are covered by this River 10 Wyoming and River 10. You may also obtain warnings and forecasts on the internet at weather.gov. This is the National Weather Service in River 10 Wyoming. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Radio public warning system for central Wyoming. The following counties and transmitters are covered by this test: Central Fremont County by WXX61. Northwest Fremont County by WNG723. Hot Springs County by WNG573. Natrona and Congress counties by WXX47. And Travis County by WNG462. During the potentially weather situation, special built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of impending weather situations. Tests of the signal and receive automatically activated by the signal by the National Weather Service at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on each receiver's performance. If there are no weather conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on each Wednesday. Reception of this broadcast severe weather, especially warning alarm, will vary at any given location. Weather day. This variability can occur as broadcast and quality warning alarm will vary at any given location. We now return to a rhythm of reserve even though you are using a good quality receiver. That is in good working order. We now return to our regular programming. This is a test of the NOAA radio warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next good weather day.
This is the National Weather Service office in Boulder. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA All Hazards Radio Public Warning System. During potentially dangerous weather situations, the tone alert will be activated to warn of the impending danger. This test of the warning alarm is normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. However, if severe weather threatens the area near the test time, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm may vary at any given location. This variability will normally be more noticeable at
Warning device. Following the alarm tone, your receiver should have turned on automatically.
greater distances
The
from the
alarm tone
transmitter,
just
even though you
should have been heard on any operating receiver.
The warning alarm tone will be
The alarm
activated
tone will be
for
used to alert
hazardous
you in
warnings
times of
for all of
threatening
North
weather.
Central and
It
Northeastern
will be followed by a
Colorado.
watch. Warning or emergency message. This test will be conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, except when hazardous weather threatens. The test will then be postponed until the first fair weather day. Once again, this has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Device. We now return to normal programming. This is the National Weather Service in Pendleton, Oregon. The preceding signal was a test of the Weather Radio Public Warning System for station WWF56, Richland, Washington. This warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties only. In South Central and Southeast Washington: Adams, Benton, Franklin, Grant, Klickitat, Walla Walla, and Yakima. This concludes the warning alarm test. We now return to regular weather programming. This is the National Weather Service in Minnesota. We have just activated the public warning alarm tone.
All right, this is the last one.
This weather radio station's public warning alarm system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers in this alarm system are normally conducted by the National Weather Service office in Duluth, Minnesota each Wednesday around noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, this test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following areas covered by this weather radio station. In Minnesota, northern Aitkin County, northern Kent County, Itasca County, and west central St. Louis County. This concludes the test of this weather radio station. We now return to our regular program.
Oh yeah, of old Weather Radio Canada broadcast from 2000. Yeah, from 2000. Well, that's something. All right. Well, we got through all the weeklies, so now what? Well, for this zone, let's get back to playing Inauguration in reverse. All right, well, why don't we open another window here? And let's open up, oh, this project from March. Yeah, let's clear one step closer off. Put Inauguration on it. And this down too. You gotta keep in mind that that's the part we need to move. Here, I'll just put it in solo. That way I know exactly where to put it. That way I know exactly where to put it. Yes, that way I know where to put it. There we go. So this is the only thing that's playing right now. In just a moment, we're gonna unmute everything and then play it backwards. Yeah, let's unmute it. And now to play it backwards. And now it's playing in reverse. So here it is, inauguration playing backwards. This just sounds amazing when played in reverse. Here, I'll probably just remove this. That's better. And we're gonna slightly increase the volume. Oh great, now I just made it crap quality. Just like doing that. Good enough. But still, even with all these changes, inauguration still sounds great when played in reverse. Gosh, this is good. This is great. And now it's going forwards again. Alright. Now, where was that? Now, which one was that? Which one was that? Yes, here we go. This one here. It was this one, yeah. And I actually found a bunch of other ones that the same one made. It's right here. So this is Expansion, this is Julia, this is Tor. So it looks like this is Fractal. So I guess this is like the Fractal series or something. Wait, is this the... Oh, this is the same one that made the emerging. Alright, well, I guess now that I know who made all of this, I will update the information and put the correct one in. Now, what if we lower the pitch of this? Not that low. How about this one? Yep, this is the exact unmerging as I remember. In fact, now that I know who made this, I'm gonna pull iTunes up and update the information. And let me be sure that this is the same Midsummer 2 that I remember. Yep, these are exactly the same, so I'm gonna update the info. And I will not port these over until the next update. Alright, there we go. The tracks have been updated. And I'll add those updates along with all the other ones later. You know what? That just gave me an idea. Let's try to play Midsummer in reverse. Yeah, let's save it. Let's try to play that one backwards. So here we go. Midsummer backwards. Here we go. I gotta turn this up. There we go. That is... So that's Midsummer played in reverse. How about this Lolita? Let's try this one in reverse. So that's what it sounds like backwards. There you go. That's Selena playing in reverse. What fun is that? All right. So now let's go back on some of these tests that have happened already. Radio Frenzy got the Maryland Tornado Drill.
This tornado drill is conducted to give Maryland residents the opportunity to exercise their tornado safety plan. This practice tornado drill will remain in effect until 11 a.m. There will be no follow-up statements issued. There's in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities. There's in cooperation also serves as the emergency alert system required monthly test for April. Broadcasters in cooperation with local.
Imagine just changing to Imagine Dragons. But I'm sure I'll post the weeklies separately later. So there's Indianapolis. Third PA got the Maryland. Got the DC weekly test. Along with the Maryland Tornado Drill.
There it goes.
And there's the Northern Indiana test.
Vitamin water, zero sugar.
Alright, we'll come back to that one. And this is St. Louis's weekly on WWF 75. And then Texas Gulf Coast got the Houston weekly on the stream this week. Very cool, got the GSP test inside of a Sam's Club. And then, of course, the usual stuff. Melbourne and the two Jacksonville transmitters.
Hello, everyone. Carolina Television News. Very little setup. I also got this skin of birthday, but it's happening in a much different location. And not only is it happening on my birthday, but it's happening in a much different location. I may have hinted at where it's going to be at one of my community posts. I mean, I didn't exactly say where it was, but I'm just going to leave it a surprise to y'all. It's somewhere.
Well, that's as far as I'm going to leave it. I see is that was when Wilmington tested. Crazy how big of a collection he has. Alright, well that's all of them for now. The Pacific time zone is about to start, so let's get ready for that. Okay, Twin Cities. Alright, time to put the STR to work again.
Then chance of rain showers overnight. Lows in the upper 50s. Chance of showers 70%. Monday, mostly sunny. Chance of rain showers in the morning, then rain showers likely in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Chance of showers 60%. Monday night, much colder. Rain showers likely in the evening, then chance of rain showers overnight. Showers likely lows in the mid-30s. Chance of showers 60%. Tuesday, much cooler. Partly sunny with a 40% chance of rain showers. Highs in the upper 40s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for this afternoon is cloudy with a 60% chance of rain showers.
gonna leave Los Angeles on its own first.
Activated the warning alarm on 13 NOAA weather radio stations across central and southern Minnesota and west central Wisconsin.
Oh, I never turned these
During
on.
dangerous weather situations, these specially built radios are automatically activated to warn for the hazard. Tests of these radios are normally conducted by the National Weather Service in Chanhassen every Wednesday at 1 p.m. If severe weather threatens the area near the normal test time, the test will be postponed until the next good
Careful
weather
not to
day.
press the switch.
The warning alarm will be activated for selected watches, warnings, and statements affecting central and southern Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. This concludes the test of the warning system. We now return to normal programming, warning alarm, and EAS signal. These signals are used to activate specially
See if I remember.
warnings or selected watches are issued for potentially dangerous weather situations. Tests of these receivers are normally conducted each Wednesday between the hours of 11 a.m. and 12 noon. If any warnings or watches are in effect, or threatening weather is possible, the test will be postponed until the first good weather day. Again, this has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio warning alarm and EAS signal. We now return to the regular broadcast cycle.
Let's try this one backwards. Let's try this one backwards. Should keep an eye on the time. Okay, that's enough. How about we hear the very start of it backwards? That's what the very start of it sounds like in reverse.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Existing severe weather area Wednesday. This test will not be
That's great.
reception of your
Back to playing this backwards.
This warning alarm will only be activated for watches and warnings affecting Maricopa and Northwest Pinal counties. This concludes the test of the NOAA radio warning device.
Alright, that's that. Oh, it seems like Biddle and Catches ended up changing his mind. Well, let's stop the music there for a second. Seems like Biddle and Catches actually changed his mind and ended up getting the weekly. Oh wait, that was that was last week he opted out. I forgot. Oh, it was last week he opted out of the test, so he's back to doing it today. All right, that makes sense now. I guess I wasn't paying attention to the date. That's right. Let's continue. Alright, that's enough of that one. Let's try this Masteria in reverse.
Let's try this fast stereo reverse.
Return to base immediately. Yeah, it looks like the Lombard camp just went out. back to 40. Oh, that's right. There's another client. Yeah, at this point I'm going to cut the SDR off. At this point I'm going to cut the SDR off. Let's try this one backwards. Really? Alright, here we go. Alright, that can go now. Okay, we don't want to go that far. Yeah, I don't want to really go, that far. How about we try the first part of this backwards? That sounds great in reverse. That's amazing. The whole thing in reverse. And then here's Radio Frenzy's weekly stuff. So yeah, both of them, Mount Holly, all three, Mount Holly State College in DC. see whether Star Wars got the drill as well. I'm still using that old URL, am I? All right. Reverse. And now let's play Little Fed Fire backwards. Oh, it's gonna sound great, isn't it? Alright. Now for the eBay scavenger hunt. $36.60. This one doesn't have a disk drive. But there's what it looks like on the inside. Oh my gosh. This one has a hard drive bay at the top without a cover. bent frame.
A bent frame.
Oh, I see. That was amazing. That was great. That was a great performance backwards.
That was a great performance backwards.
A Dell Precision Compact. It's a Dell Precision Micro.
Micro.
This is that PC that's stated on that box that we have downstairs.
This is that PC that's stated on that box that we have.
How about we change it to Precision Tower? See what other tower PCs we have. There's another one of those compact Precisions.
There's another one of those compact.
Here's a Precision 3650. 128 gigabytes of RAM?
128 gigabytes of RAM?
My god, that's a lot of RAM. If I get that PC, I'm not leaving that at 128 gigs.
If I get that PC, I'm not leaving that at 128 gigs.
I'm gonna use that RAM elsewhere.
I'm gonna use that RAM elsewhere.
Put that into my other PCs and...
Put that into my other PCs.
Yeah, put that into my other PCs and make it better.
Put that into my other PCs and make it better.
You know, now that I see all this, I really want to get my hands on one of these Precision PCs. This one has that cutout for a separate disk drive, but this one does not. Was a Spec Select. They all say 11 Pro, but
they all say 11 Pro.
You can choose whether you want how much RAM you want, or just get the PC as is, and you can supply your own RAM, or you can just have the RAM included. And of course, the cost will change. Here's a 3680 still with its original box. And then a 3640 tower.
Warning service possible. These alerts will only be activated for selected warnings affecting the following counties: Alpine, Amador, Butte, Calaveras, Colusa, El Dorado, Glen, Nevada, Placer, Western Plumas, Sacramento, San Joaquin, Sierra, Solano, Stanislaus, Sutter, Tehama, Tuolumne, Yolo, and Yuba. To repeat, this has been a This is only a test. We now return to our normal programming.
I think Reno's stream sounds pretty bad. Sounds kind of bad. Alright, what else can we try backwards? How about this one? Reverse and go! Here's a 3240 compact. I'm probably not going to end up with a precision, but who knows? Here's some 3630s. And then what do we have here? This precision tower. It's an old one. Yeah, it's an old one. is a 5820 without a disk drive, of course. This one's without that bezel that covers the disk drive. Okay, that's a little crazy. See if we can do anything else with Phenomena too. So now it's at 0.86. Let's start it over from the beginning. And also, because why not, let's see what the secondary is playing now that I've re-enabled Auto DJ on it. Yeah, I'm still not going to install the newest version. I prefer the old version better. But if I have to move to the new version, if it fixes anything, then I might. And I probably will. This one has like multiple drives in it. 128 gigs of RAM and then 2 terabyte, 1 terabyte, and a 512 gigabyte drive for $1,100 bucks. A precision rack. It's a rack. What the heck am I gonna do with a rack PC? I've never seen this before. I've never seen this in person before, and I probably never will. How the heck do you even get into that thing? Jeez Louise. I don't know what I would do with a Dell Precision rack. And then here's an Optiplex. Wow, they blurred out the model on that. The model number. But yeah, this doesn't give much help at all. Dell Optiplex Precision Vostro. Speaking of Vostro, yeah, here's the latest of the Vostros. 3681. Yeah, I think that's enough of looking at those desktop PCs, but I mean, we could go into the XPS line next, but now that I think about it, we're pretty much setting the stage here for this summer. In fact, now that I think about it, why don't I go ahead and get the small form factor, get the small form factor ready to go for tomorrow when we make the transition. Let's see, there should be 425 songs plus a station ID. Yep. I'm going to copy this to that drive. And then in the config file, I'll copy that over too. Oh yeah, that's right, you're going to ask me for the password. I just wanted to get both files ready. To go. Now this is going to be a lot of stuff. It's going to copy over the network, so it's going to take longer than just on a flash drive or a USB or whatever. So I'm just copying the files from the. Oh, that's right. It's going to ask me again. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I already authenticated. That's why. So. I just have to restart it. I just have to start it over, and then it'll start copying everything. So there we go. Now it's starting. So yeah, this is pretty much really just setting the stage for the summer. When I return to Downers Grove, for my part-time job, and also. We're also beginning to see what kind of other improvements we can make to our systems to make everything more reliable. Like for example, like WPLD, for instance. In fact, I've already announced at the beginning of this program what I plan on doing with the 3670 PC and the 3060 small form factor machine, which I acquired last year. So with the 3060 performing more reliably than the 3670, as far as I can tell, what I'm going to do is that 16 gigabyte stick of RAM that was originally in my new main PC, my current main PC, that's going to be going back. That's going to go into the small form factor machine, and the 3670 will return. In terms of its RAM configuration, it is going to be going back to 12 gigabytes. So pretty much the same RAM configuration it was in when the machine left when the device left the factory. Now there was another thing I'm proposing as well, to factory reset it once again. This is to fix the networking issue that was caused by reverting from the 24H2 Insider Preview to the 23H2 Insider Preview after finding out that 24H2 was still buggy. So, yeah, that explains everything. And now, if this works, then if the 3060 small form factor performs better. Well, actually, there's a reason why I want to switch around the main station on both the small form factor PC and the 3670. Why I want to flip the two around. I found out that the 3670 has not been performing very reliably when it comes to, monitoring a gazillion monitors at once. Like, for example, the severe weather events. Which is hence why I had to move everything over to the Optiplex Micro. Mainly because of the RAM. So what I was thinking is maybe I could try it on the small form factor PC and see if that gives us a different result. Well, that, and probably also the fact that the machine probably has a higher clocked 8th gen processor than my 3670 has. It has 2.8 gigahertz. So I could put and I am gonna switch around the 16 gigabyte stick of RAM on both of those machines, giving the small form factor more RAM, and the 3670 going back to 12 gigabytes. I don't know what this will do with the weather, how this is gonna affect the weather scan, but I think this should make the small form factor a little more reliable. So it shouldn't be running, too much else. So yeah, it shouldn't be running too much else. Yeah, it shouldn't be running. Yeah, it shouldn't be running. Then at that point, it won't be having too many. It shouldn't then be having too many more issues than too many more issues than it already has. So that's one thing. But it did say that if this, so I mean, we're going to try this out on Saturday. I think I said Saturday, when we have that multi-day severe weather event. So I want to try it out on the small form factor and see if this gives, see if it can handle, everything better. Because really the second, it's serving as a secondary machine, the secondary. I think this is a good start for it. But I just need the right components and the right parts to make it more powerful than before. Because I mean, that's what I've done. I've made both of these machines more powerful, both of these Optiplex PCs more powerful and more capable than they were when they were in the possession of the previous owner. But now I've given them more RAM. I've given them an NVMe SSD. I've given both of them more storage. The 3060 Micro already has a capable Wi-Fi card. The small form factor has a capable Wi-Fi card now. The 3670, on the other hand, does not. And of course, I mean by that because, well, I mean, it is capable, but I mean, it just wasn't capable of running, all those video-intensive tasks. So that's why I'm looking to see if the 3060 small form factor could serve as a good new home for the main WPLD, and then the small form factor, then the 3670 would then become the new primary system. Yeah, would then become the new primary WPLD PC. And I don't know where that property of label was on this machine before, on this small form factor before. I don't even know where it even went, but yeah, I'm sure this small form factor PC definitely has a lot of life left in it. So I'm pretty sure it can handle WPLD very well. I am very confident it can handle WPLD in almost every way. It's handled the secondary. This is a start. So I think maybe handing the primary over to it, I think it will do much better. And now that I've put a Wi-Fi card in there, it's actually not as bad anymore. So that's what I'm very happy about. But also, I've been trying to see if I could set remote desktop on it natively within Windows, because that was the premise of my evening class on Monday night, which was on remote desktop and remote assistance, those two features in Windows. So, and then I was talking about how several of my classmates were having issues trying to get the remote desktop thing to work. Upon research, the remote desktop thing only works with Windows 11 Pro. It only works with Windows Pro, not the Enterprise Edition like those virtual machines came with. It's only for the Pro editions, not Enterprise, not Home. So I tried setting up remote desktop on Pro and tried it, and straight away it did not work. I think it'll probably just take some time, but then it'll work eventually. So then what I plan to do is, again, upgrade the RAM in the small form factor. Well, basically I'll just be switching out one of the sticks. I'll be switching out one of the sticks. I had 8 GB. The 8 GB stick was an 8 gig stick was already in there from the previous owner. I added 4 GB to it, making it 12. Currently it has 16 gigs, but I'm gonna add another 8 to it by taking that 3200 stick and putting it into there. It'll give it more memory. It will run at a lower speed. I know that, but I just want more memory on it. So I'll see if I can allocate, because I think it's typically it's half the RAM that I can allocate the Linux virtual machine with. So let me go to the Linux VM inside of the small form on the micro. No, not that. It's a settings page. Yeah, it's actually a settings app. Yeah, I can allocate half of the RAM to the Linux virtual machine, and then the other half of the RAM to Windows. So 24 gigabytes, that would give the Linux virtual machine 12 gigabytes to work with. That would give it 12 gigabytes to work with. Now, I don't know if I made any changes on this PC since I made the changes and adjustments, but I want to take a look and see. So maybe this might improve the IceCast thing a little bit, but I just want to be sure I just want to make sure that it is capable of actually handling all these monitors at once. Otherwise, I'll just allocate more space and leave the rest to. But I want to leave enough space for the operating system, for the main operating system, as much as possible. That really is the ultimate goal when it comes to this. But then at the beginning of the show, I explained how I would be doing all this. Yeah, see, 10 gigabytes of RAM being allocated, so yeah, the Linux virtual machine's taking up, 19.8 gigabytes. Yeah, that's definitely not going to be good, so. Yeah, at this point, I think it's best that I just put 12 gigabytes back in there and run the secondary on that, and I'll just run the secondary on the 3670 instead of the main. So maybe that will give it, maybe that will end up giving that PC a little more breathing room. So. And the Las Vegas receiver does not work. What a shame. What a shame. That's alright. So yeah, I just want to see if it'll, see if this will improve the performance in any way. Which I sure hope it does. Alright, so, as we near the end of the Pacific zone here, I'm going to go ahead and clear all this out. So I'm going to say everybody ended up getting their weekly in, which is great. And I'll clear WAOO, and then throw in the evening stuff for tonight. In addition to today's marginal risk, I see we have a day 2 slight now. So it's mainly for Wichita and Dodge City, so. So Wichita and Dodge City. I know I have Dodge City in the secondary, so I know Dodge City is already in the secondary, so if the stations I have in there do not take it, then take anything from Dodge City, then one or more of those stations that are in the secondary right now will likely end up taking those. Will likely then end up taking those stations and relaying their those products respectively. All right, so we got the evening stuff all set up. Just want to make sure, yep, everything is all set and ready to go. All right, so for those just joining us now, well, we're glad to have you here with us on this Wednesday. So here's what's happened so far since we started this morning. Before we get back to any of this that you're seeing in the background, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and close all these because the Pacific time zone is just about over. Okay, perfect. And then I'll load VMware up because we're going to be getting to our games here in a little bit. But I did talk about what we're going to be doing in terms of those games. And as I said, we'll get to those here very soon. Okay, WQLN tested. That's going off as well. Coming off the list. All right. Now, what about this show? Let's talk about it. So far, every office actually has ended up getting their weekly in, which is pretty good. Boston, I assume they tested, but whatever stream John was monitoring and that I was monitoring was idle. In fact, I probably should switch it out. I should probably switch the stream out with a different one. Like KC93 Worcester, I should probably swap it out. Alright, that's better, so. Now I should be able to get the Boston Weekly, so. I should be able to get the Boston Weekly now if John does not. So yeah, every office has ended up relaying their tests, which is great. Well, yeah, I don't know about Aberdeen. They didn't go for some reason, but whatever. They usually cancel if they don't do it on Wednesday anyway. So other than those two, every office has ended up doing their weekly, and the Mountain Time Zone actually got done pretty fast. From what I've looked, it actually took about 15 minutes for the entirety of the Mountain Time Zone to even test. As I was already on my lunch break by the time Riverton went. So that is great. That is awesome that everybody got their test in like they should. So, in terms of what's going to be happening with the show, I also talked about something else too, and that's regarding later this week, tomorrow and Friday, what I plan on doing. So I'm just going to make this as short as possible. So in just a few minutes, we are going to get to our games today. Unfortunately, we are only going to do Hyperbowl and Wheel of Fortune because I have a dentist appointment later this afternoon, which is going to cut through the the 2 hours that we usually would do Monopoly with, and usually when Jeopardy comes on. So what I was thinking of doing is, well, of course, just like I usually do, I'll probably take care of Jeopardy along with Wheel of Fortune when it comes on WABC New York. I'll probably wait till it airs there, and then I'll take care of I'll probably take care of both shows then right then and there. So as such, we'll be ending part 1 at, I believe, around 3 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. this week. The Floor is also returning for its 5th season tonight, but of course my evening class is going to go through it. So if my parents are up for The Floor tonight, it all depends on how long it depends on how long my evening class goes tonight. It all depends on how long it ends up lasting. If there is enough time left tonight, then maybe we could take care of The Floor's 2-hour season premiere. If not, I will take care of it on my own and let my parents take care of it on their own time later, because I'm sure they want to, so they'll take care of it on their own time. But speaking of the take care of part, but I'll get back to the take care of part in a little bit. So then, of course, when I get back, we'll go through we'll try to see what words we can make from the word game. And if there is time left, we'll do the eBay scavenger hunt. We'll see what we can find on there. If Brendan's up for deal or no deal, we'll do deal or no deal. If not, then we will do that. Then if not, then we will either continue the scavenger hunt or go straight to Yahtzee, and that will be the end of our show this evening. And then for tomorrow, as I've announced yesterday, I managed to get nearly the entire 4th season of the Bowling Train recorded. I have yet to record one more episode, and that is actually going to be the finale. So, that I'm going to do first thing tomorrow. Record the finale of the Bowling Train, which will use the original full 10-frame format, just like with the season 3 finale. So almost like that. So I'll record that, and then once that's been taped, I will then move on to putting all the episodes together. So then I'll get to putting all the episodes together, get them all in order, all edited, everything like that, and then I will begin the process of exporting each of them one at a time. So I'll do that tomorrow while I catch up on my shows, and there's going to be a whole lot of them. The Greatest Average American is still going on ABC. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. The Floor, Greatest Average American, Flipside, Perfect Line. But of course, Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy, I will take care of both of those separately. So I guess that only leaves me with 4. And then, of course, tomorrow night we have Scrabble and Trivial Pursuit on the CW, so it's gonna be a lot of catch up at that point. And then Friday, as I have also just brought up, what I'm looking to do is switch around the main and the secondaries operations between my 2 desktop PCs that are currently being used for both purposes. The 3670 is currently running the main, and the 3060 small form factor is the one that's running the secondary at the moment. Now, I propose this change because for a while now, I found out that my Inspiron 3670 is unfortunately not as capable of running all those monitors as I thought, when it comes to severe weather events. For severe weather events, when we have like a large amount of monitors, like for example, like that huge risk. For a while now, for a little bit of time actually, and just recently, we had to split the monitors between the secondary and the primary. So I want to make this as, further convenient as possible. So the plan is, I'm going to swap out the 2 sticks of RAM, a 16 gigabyte stick from my main PC to go back in from the 3670, and that's going to go into the small form factor. And the 8 gigabyte stick that came with the 3670 is going to be going back in where the 16 gig stick currently is. And Reno, it's about damn time. It's like 12 noon. It's like 12 noon Pacific time. So, yeah, and I also want to... Okay, well, let me get back to what I was saying. So now on Friday, I plan on doing a few hardware changes. The 16 gig stick that's currently inside of the 3670, that's going to go into the small form factor. The 8 gigabyte stick that came with the 3670 is going to go back into there. And then the main and the primary will switch. So I'm moving the soundtrack over to the small form factor. So what I'll do essentially, I'm gonna swap the configuration files. So the configuration files, the playout audio, everything is going to be swapped. So meaning everything that's currently running on the 3670, we're gonna split. Well, actually, it's gonna move. So the secondary soundtrack and config file will move to the 3670, and the mains config file and soundtrack are being moved over to the small form factor. So that way the small form factor, can run with more RAM. So, and I'll allocate 16 gigabytes to the Linux virtual machine. I think that will leave us with 8 gigabytes for the main operating system. So let's see how that does. But if I need to make any changes in the subsystem for Linux settings, I will be more than happy to make those adjustments as necessary. So hopefully this will provide a much better experience. Well, actually, I should say, hopefully this will make WPLD a little more reliable when I am at home. When I'm here at home, hoping that this is going to make WPLD a little more reliable. But then I also said about setting up haze weather as well. So that I'm also looking to set up. I'm still setting it up. I showed you the GitHub page earlier, where while NWS-CAP has been implemented, extensive testing on it is still ongoing. So yeah, extensive testing with the NWS-CAP thing is still ongoing. But once the testing on that completes and everything is perfectly functional, then I will set haze weather up, and we will get it up, and then I will get it up and running. It's not going to be for a while, though. So, after I make the hardware changes, production on Big John's Wheel of Fortune is then expected to resume. So, production on Big John's Wheel of Fortune is then expected to resume. So then once we get that back up and running, I'll then work on getting the signs up for Interstate 32 in that Minecraft world, to serve as like the final stage of that long project we've been working on for well over a year. So I'm looking forward to this project being done once and for all. But we did some work on 332 last night, and we're going to do some more work on it. We're going to do some more work on it next week, like building the interchanges and everything like that. So really then that's all that's left. All right. So let's go ahead and reset the. Let's go ahead and reset this. Okay. All right. We'll just let that be. And now we are ready to get started. I'm not going to switch out the disc because, like I said, we're not going to play Monopoly this week. So, with that, we're ready to get started. Alright, well, that is that. So, as I've said, we're not going to be able to get to Monopoly, so we're going to go right ahead and we'll let Tom and Ben, we'll try to see what kind of craziness we can get Tom and Ben to go against here. As I switch over to the display capture. I'll go ahead and end the Discord call since we are through the first half of all of this. Oh yeah, Phenomena 2. We were having fun with this earlier. Let's exit the thing. Yugi. And we'll shut it down. Or we will come back to this later on if we do so. Okay, I don't want to go too... let's see what else we can... What else have we got? The Acer install music.
The Acer install music.
What ideas have we got? I don't know if I have any. There's like so much in here. Let me take a look at each of them. I don't have any. Oh, wait a minute. This one. Let's try this. Well, this is going to be fun. Here we go. You know what? I got a better idea. Hold on a minute.
You know what? I got a better idea.
What do we have? Yeah, this one. Let's do the Windows 8 critical error sound.
Error sound.
You know what? I don't think that's good enough.
You know what? I don't think that's good.
Oh no. How about we try this? Yeah, let's reuse something from a previous one.
Yeah, let's reuse something.
What's this one? Oh, actually, I have a better idea. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is.
Is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
Within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
The Weather Radio Canada service for this area is scheduled to be discontinued within the next 6 months.
Alright, well that's enough, although it was pretty brief.
Alright, well that's enough, although it was pretty brief.
Although it was pretty brief to mess around with. I don't think we have too much time left, but let me take a look. Alright. I think we have time. I think we have a little bit of time to mess. Oh, we barely have any time, but yeah, we'll go ahead and mess around with Phenomena 2 here to conclude part 1 of our show. And don't forget, we'll be back later this evening, as always, to do part 2. And again, if Brandon is up for Deal or No Deal, we will do Deal or No Deal. If not, then we'll do Yahtzee, but we'll see how everything goes tonight with the floor and everything else, that's going to be on this evening. So let's try it at 0.86. So let's try Phenomena 2 at 0.86 speed again. Yeah, let's do it again. You know what? Let's actually combine it with something else. Here, let me bring that project up we were working on earlier. Get rid of Inauguration. Where's Phenomena 2? Here it is. Wait, Phenomena, where are you? There you are. And then I gotta adjust the speed on each of the clips one by one. So, pitch and tempo. Here we go. Change speed and pitch. 0.86. And we're gonna do the same thing here. Okay, and then we just merge this together, turn up the volume, and I'm going to mute this entire segment here. Oh, I can't? Okay, then I'll just get rid of it. All right, let's see the end result. Oh yeah, that's a great end result. But unfortunately, we don't have enough time to continue with it. All right. Well, that's going to wrap things up here for part 1 of our weekly test show. Well, that was fun. Although I am a little disappointed, as many of you are, that we are not going to be able to do Monopoly this week. But again, I've been informed of everything, during last night's show. I think I've been informed about it weeks ago, months ago, I don't know. But regardless, I've been told of the plan, so I've planned for it, and yeah, this is the circumstance we're in. It's gonna be a little tough to, get things straightened out after this, but and I just realized I never went back on any of the Amtrak trains. Dang it. Okay, well, you know what? That's something we can take care of before we go off the air. Well, that's something we can take care of before we end part 1. Where's the builder? When did it come? 11:14, so 11:24. Have to be 1 and 2. Yep, 11:24:23 was when it came. Actually, it was a bit earlier than that. All right, then Galesburg. So nothing to see at the back there. All right, then I'll come back to the Zephyr later. So, and then the Hiawatha Bar and Grove for the Borealis. It's not this one. It actually raced that one, I believe. I guess it may have already passed by. All right. Well, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it in the minutes ahead. But right now, that is it for us for part 1. Thanks for joining us here. But join us again in a few hours or so when we join you again for part 2 of our weekly test show, which of course will go back on the word game. We'll see if my parents are up for the floor tonight. If Brandon's up for Deal or No Deal, we'll do that. And then Yahtzee, and then that's the rest of it. The evening stuff is already in there, ready to go. I saw Maui on the logger, so they're not going to test because of the flash flood warnings that I'm seeing. So, yeah, we're all set to go for tonight. We'll see you again in a few hours. Until then, have a good rest of your afternoon and a good evening at that.